Hey, yo, what's up, my Weiss Schwarz Meisters? It's Dean here with Bird One today, and I'm going to be on Big B's channel. We're going to be going over, what are we going over today?
We're going to be going over you. You're going to be telling us
For
about
me,
yourself and about Burn 1.
me and Bird One, yeah. Not only that, but, we've got a couple other topics we're going to be hitting as well. It's going to be pretty free-form discussion. So, so how do you want to start? Like, you want me to tell you about me in
Yeah.
some way?
Let's
Like, I don't...
let my so again, my audience is more of the newer people, the collector investor side of people. So they may not have seen Burn 1 videos. I do reference you, so if you haven't checked out Burn 1, but let us know. What's Burn 1, and let us know about yourself, Dean.
So, I mean, like, I guess my vision of Burn One is different than Kit's. I think Kit is the one who created Burn One, right? And I'm just like one of the people who helps like produce content for him.
Right.
Personally, we used to do a lot of tournament vlogs, pretty much, because we go around and we'd hit up every tournament we could go to, and then we would just, record angry videos in our car, and then we'd focus on the competitive aspect of the game. And that's kind of like where I'm like, if you're there to get people in the door, right? With trial decks
Right.
and like teaching them how to do that and teaching them how the boxes work. My goal when I make a video is to get somebody who's somewhere in the middle and tell them something about the game that they might not have noticed. Like we focus on the competitive aspect, but also if you've seen like I did like something about like mill running, and I did a video on like when to kind of mill your deck and like things like that. So like a little bit more advanced concepts that you get to after like getting a solid foundation, but it's like it's building upon that.
I wrote to you about that. That was hilarious. To mill or not to mill, because if anybody hasn't checked out that video, what was funny about it was, you go over, when you should, when you shouldn't. Is it actually good? Is there actually a benefit to it, or it's just all negatives? And then someone had like a giant formula down below. Again, I'm not making fun of that, but I know people
Man,
like all the time will say that this is cards, you shouldn't put math into it. But when I look at Weiss, and when people say that it's not, it's a game based on luck, I'm like, not really. I actually equate it to poker, which
yeah, I
isn't.
mean that's kind of like the way it is. It's like I think it's you learn to like try to like hedge those bets. It's a best of one game, so you don't always see that.
Yeah.
But like if you sit down at the end of like a long like spree of games and look at like how your performance improves, because like you might still just randomly lose like a locals or two, right? But like
Right.
if you start focusing in on that math, you start focusing in on like minimizing your exposure to risk, minimizing the things you do that statistically put you in worse places. Uh, you might be surprised by how high the win rate can get in this game.
Yeah, it's all about
Because
consistency, I think.
but sometimes it doesn't feel like it. Because
No,
sometimes because it is best of one.
stuff happens.
Yeah, so sometimes stuff happens, and you're like that 20% keeps coming up,
I
but
cannot
80% is a high win rate. So
I can't tell you how many times I lost poker hands where I was probably like 90 to 10, but it happens. That 10% does happen at some
yeah.
point.
And
You
it
don't
doesn't
always
mean
win.
that it was the wrong play, right?
No.
Like you gotta like sometimes sit down and think about the math. And this is so much harder than other card games. But I don't want to get too much into that
Yeah.
because that's you can get bogged down really hard with like how complex this game can actually be at times.
Yeah. To me it's about the waifus, right? Quintessential quintuplets.
Oh, waifus, I mean anime that they get, yeah, it's probably not the card art, right? The card art's pretty bad in this game, I think usually on average. Mobile game sets are better, but poor
Yeah,
Gurren fans, they get their 360p screenshots.
that's right. We love our screenshots. I love my screenshots.
I mean, look at RWBY, it looks beautiful.
It is Ruby. Ruby is Ruby. I hardcore Ruby fan. I love it. And again, it's one of those ones I knew it was going to be at least, like season 1. So when I saw the card art, whatever, I'm like, that's exactly what I expected from season 1, and I got season 1. If it was, it's like when you walk into a movie, right? And
Yeah.
you have zero expectation for the movie. Like I expected to see Ruby season 1, and when I got cards of season 1, I'm like, yeah, it's exactly what I thought it would be. So it could
So
only
beautiful.
get better from there. If I
And
came in thinking like I'm gonna get like awesome art, then you are horribly disappointed. So that's why I'm like, I'm good. Like,
I was excited because like I like the mobile game sets that have like good art,
yeah.
and I there's something about RWBY having like just such awful art that I think is exciting because I think it's really funny to pull out like just like cards that look that bad.
But
I don't
so
know. I'm like I live on like many layers of irony.
I will agree that the Jean one that was the card of the day was not like the best that I would use. Just because it, and I could care less if he's in a dress or whatever. That was part of the show. It's more, it just looks really bad. Like it looks
Like the
really
models do.
flat. It looks really flat. Like
The
you,
models were flat back then.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I know. I'm like, you could have picked a different scene or something. I get that was kind of funny. He's at a school dance, but still, that's it just shows off how bad the art was back then and on that card. That's what I mean. I wish they were more selective about the different cards
I
because I
I
got
was I don't know because I wanted the cards to look bad somewhat.
you're good with it.
Um, yeah, I was actually like kind of mortified by the RWBY rares when I learned what those were.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it makes sense since it's their like if people didn't know about the RWBY rares because everyone got upset about Yang, right? That's official art for like the Switch game that just came out this year. So that's why they're using that art, but that art is really bad.
yeah. These things are not good. But again, I'm good with it. I was okay with it.
Yeah. I'm sorry to detract because you said Quince. I know Quince on average has decent art, and the SPs look nice. So
No, it's good. I'm excited. I'm taking off on Friday, even though I have a crap load of work to go drive the 2.5 hours to get it, and then
oh,
I will have my boxes. I'll say boxes because I don't want to say what I bought, but I bought stuff.
mm.
So I just bought enough. Quince is one of my favorite animes, so that's I'm down for it. I'm excited.
I
So
actually forgot that was coming out because it's
yeah,
not a set.
it was
I'm going
weird
hard on
because
RWBY.
I know they said it was gonna be delayed. Like they said, some stores aren't going to get it on time, but I'm happy my place got it. So stinks for people that aren't going to get it on time, but I am happy because
Hmm.
it looks good. It looks good. I mean, like the box, because again, I'm like more collector-ish. So looking at the box and the overall quintessential set, like images, like what the box looks
Oh,
like, I'm like, cool.
the big trial deck thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like it's like the storage box. Like I saw that we pictures shouldn't I don't think should be out yet. At least officially on Facebook pages. But it looked good. Like right, I like it whenever they do the different product lines. If you didn't know, were you aware of the Meister sets? I know because you joined the game much later, but you probably saw the older products, right?
Yeah, like Haruhi had one, and then was it Love Live or something?
Love Live, Cinderella Girls, Disgaea, and Monogatari, Fate, and yeah, I think Idol Master were the ones that got it. I think there were like 5 or 6 of them total. Um, those were good products. Those are massive storage boxes. They like fit over 1,000 cards. You can fit like 6 double sleeve decks in it,
Dang.
and it had a playmat in it, about the same size as the case topper, and they were like $50. Came with 10 packs. Always came with a foil. Don't quote me on that. Everyone that I've ever opened came with a foil.
That'd be awesome if there was a playmat inside of there. The Quince playmat looks nice. That's why I'm saying that because you have to buy a case. I know you could just buy a playmat, but
It used to be well. I think it's cool that they're like fewer because it used to be like playmats were just thrown away, right? Because they used to be 4 playmats in a case.
yep, and not stitched. I know. Well, I know with the English exclusives, you'd always have it that way. It's always four. Ruby has four non-stitched in it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh.
So
I,
that was consistent. I don't know if like way back when, before my time, there was always just four. But I know newer sets is one stitch per thing, and if it's English exclusive, you get four non-stitched.
I don't remember when they started putting playmats in the cases. It was like a newer thing. And by newer, I mean like I started buying product in 2012,
Oh, dang.
but playmats, buying product. I didn't start playing till 2015, I believe. But yeah, playmats were like newer because before, like I said, they used to have the Meister set,
Right.
and then I guess it just wasn't getting enough traction, and then they moved to the supply set, which also feels like it doesn't get a lot of sales. I know you probably notice more about sales than I do.
Yeah, that was actually one of my videos I wanted to make about supply sets. Oh. Um, Supply sets are gonna be interesting. I mean, again, what's your thoughts on supply sets? Let me just hear it.
I always hate them because they're like I've I'm buying a case of them for RWBY because of the promo. And because
Seriously?
I wanna buy a max ready playset. I'm getting a max ready playset of RWBY regardless
Damn,
of
you
what
must love
happens.
RWBY. Jeez.
No, I think it's funny, and as like a player, it feels I like English voice actors. I don't know how to explain this. I'm like a little bit different than the average anime fan, where I actually like don't really care too much about like who voices someone in Japanese, but I really like English voices. I think the RWBY voice actresses are funny.
Oh
So
no,
I
I
like
love them. Yeah.
so yeah, I like the idea of having the SPs for it more than anything. Um, so
What'd you think of the Weiss Schwarz? Did you see the one with RWBY?
the video where they like Photoshop cards into like stills from the show, that was a beautiful ad. They definitely paid extra for that, right? They got the actual voice actresses.
Yeah, they got him in. And the weird part, because I had to watch it 3 times because there was two
Were there Easter
videos,
eggs?
right?
Wait, there were?
There was two. I am not joking. I was sitting there last night. So just so you know, like I haven't watched in like the last week or so. I haven't watched anything Wise with everything that happened.
Right.
I just wanted to get away from it. And then last night I looked because I knew I was gonna talk to you today. So I'm like, okay, let me just type in Weiss Schwarz, and I saw this pop up. There is two videos. One is 23 seconds long, and one is 16 seconds long.
Is there anything different about them, or is it just the ending? Or
Yeah, they changed like a line in there.
oh, that's strange.
I think Yang had like an extra line. And I went back and forth. And I'm like, okay, I don't know, but there is an extra line that Yang says. I didn't count it. Maybe there's one, maybe there's two, but it's the same one. And it's odd to me that they put both of them because like they have the title as short version and full version, which 7 seconds I don't think makes a whole heck of a difference.
Yeah, that
You
does
should have
seem
just went with one.
strange.
Should have went with one because it wasn't like there was a longer version that had completely another scene in it. It was just extra lines, and it really did make a whole lot of difference.
Do you think one? This is like really weird. You said it's a 7 second difference.
Yeah,
Do you think one's meant to be a YouTube ad and the other one's supposed to be like a TV ad?
possibly. Maybe you can answer this then.
No, I don't know.
No. So you can't see my screen, but what I have up here is there is. So when you go out onto the Weiss Schwarz YouTube, what you'll start to notice is something that I've seen for a long, long time. Was there is a humongous difference between some of their views on videos. And at first I was thinking it's the IP itself, and then I'm like, no, they must be putting it in different places.
Why Schwartz English?
Yeah. So when you go out to Weiss Schwarz English, you'll start to notice like you'll have Trial Deck and Booster Pack Data Live, 68,000 views. Magia Record
Holy.
Anime, 191,000 views. Both free, 44,000. Kaguya, 116. I didn't know how to explain it. And then when you look at Quintessential Quintuplets, 356. Data Bullet just came out 2 weeks ago, but 208. Sword Art Online, 185,000. So they're definitely putting this somewhere where there is a lot more views for certain things. I almost feel like they think that they don't need to advertise for certain. I don't know for sure. Maybe people just look up Sword Art, Heaven's Feel, and all these in different amounts. But I feel like these videos are going somewhere. They're tagged somewhere that the views
I mean,
are
like,
crazy.
I mean, so they make. My guess is Quince isn't out yet, Day Bullet isn't out yet. RWBY's not out yet. These are all the same length, which I think does go into the YouTube ad thing, right?
Right.
And why would you pay to advertise the thing that's currently not out of the store yet? Well, I mean, it's like weird because of the way Weiss is distributed, but
I don't know, because they put the Tokyo Revengers ad up.
Is that up there? Is that?
No, like way back when I did a video about Tokyo Revengers when they came out with when it was announced that it was officially with Tokyo Revengers, I went on my anime list just to do my whole buy, invest, and all that thing.
Oh, and they had the banner.
Yeah, they had the banner up there already.
But that's not like advertising the video, right? Because like this is like they make the YouTube video and then they pay to have it put in front of videos.
But that's what I mean. I wonder if there's certain anime that they'll actually invest, because they only have so much budget. We know all this time that Bushiroad doesn't have a lot, let's say, on the English side, so they have to be more mindful, I guess, how much they use. So maybe certain ones just sell. Like for
I'm thinking they only advertise when after it comes out is what it looks like, because that's why Quince has low views and that's why Day Bullet has low views. Those sets aren't out.
I guess I'll check that out when that actually pops out. Which is going to be weird.
There's a video for you.
Because I don't know when Quince is actually going to show up. Like when they're... Because I know they pushed it back, but I guess it still officially comes out Friday.
So yeah, definitely probably check that in like a week.
We're going to check that out.
Week or two. And see if it's magically got another like 30,000 views, right?
I just wonder where it actually ends up. Like where the advertising is. I've never seen one on YouTube.
I've never seen one either, but I also never see a YouTube ad, so...
You don't? I see YouTube ads.
I use ad blocker aggressively.
I have my iPad, and then I just leave it on. As I work throughout the day, I just leave whatever on and get it. I've been watching a lot more drinking.
A lot more what?
YouTube.
I missed the first part.
I've been watching How to Drink. That's how I found out about that painkiller drink, which is hilarious, because... It was at the diner that I was at this weekend. It was just weird that I've never went to a diner around here that had served alcohol. Like that's not a thing where I live. And then I guess they just started serving it, and they had that on the menu, so that was great. It worked out. But that's the other thing I'm investing in. That's what I was telling you earlier.
In like wineries?
Alcohol. Like shoot, alcohol. You know how expensive some of these bottles of alcohol are? I've had this dream. I know we're veering way off of Weiss Schwarz at this point.
That's fair.
I've had you ever play StarCraft?
I have seen StarCraft play.
Okay. Well, there's a scene where there's like this evil guy, right? Like this evil human guy, and he's sitting in his dark office smoking a cigar, and the end of the world's about to happen to him. And then he pulls out the cigar, starts smoking it, and then he pulls out a drink, like this really expensive drink, because he knows about to die, so he's going to drink that. I've always had this thing where I'm going to die via like some kind of heart disease, because I'm going to, once I retire, I'm going to eat my way into oblivion with cheeseburgers and all that, and then right in the final moments, I have this dream of buying like the most expensive whatever bottle of alcohol, putting it underneath my bed. I don't know why the bed thing comes into play here, but I'm gonna pull that sucker out and drink that right before the end, and that's how I want to go. That's like my dream.
That's very powerful.
That's it right there. But no, I mean there's some alcohol that's comes out every year. I'm not gonna say the name because I'm trying to get it. That they only produce like 200 to 500 bottles every year. You can buy it at like $2,000. It goes to like $16,000 just because of how limited it is. But I think that one, if I can get it, if I can get a $2,000 bottle, that's gonna be the one that gets shoved underneath the bed and pulled out. So diversification.
Understand. There's like money in everything. It doesn't matter what it is. You can make money in like literally anything.
Oh yeah. Which is why Weiss shouldn't be everything that everybody's looking for. So
I don't think it is. I think it's like a very small handful of people.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
can I go off on a random tangent? This is tied
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
this is tied to the collector market.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the? I mean, they came out with a video. This is like the most accusatory, like conspiracy theories thing I can say. You're aware of the video? I'm assuming maybe because it blew up about the video game grading companies working with auction houses to drive up the price of graded video games. You've seen that?
Yeah.
What are the chances that a lot of the people that are sitting here grading a ton of cards are paid by Beckett or PSA? What do you think the chances? Because the Weiss market is so. I mean, I know it was. It's different because because of Rudy giving us attention, but for the longest time, nobody cared about this market.
Right.
Like very few cards were coveted, and nobody cared about grading. If you've ever held a Weiss card, which I mean I know you have, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have Yu-Gi-Oh cards right next to me. These cards turn to dust as soon as you open them out of the pack. Like Yu-Gi-Oh cards are made out of tissue paper. Pokemon cards are I don't know. They like coat the edges so they instantly like turn to white.
Yeah, they're not good.
Weiss cards are like the thickest card stock. It feels like they're almost indestructible. You can leave them in an open box, and like they barely degrade. There's almost not before this like recent collector boom, there was like not quality on a Weiss card because Weiss cards all had good quality,
Right.
and most like there were very few problems. But suddenly there's collectors and graders paying supposedly flipping a $50 card for $2,000 because it got a 10, but you have to spend $200 to turn it into PSA. And like I don't know, a little bit of it mixed with the video game thing got my conspiracy theorist like sensors going.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all because that's what I mean. Like when I make videos, people write in comments, and I don't know which video at this point, but there's this person that would always write peanut butter. He'd always write back. He'd always write about some of the videos that I was talking about, and some of them I actually did say that I wouldn't doubt in my mind that some of these sales or things that are happening are fake. And again, I already said it, so I can't preface it, but I know some of the sales are real because I know some of these people. So some of these ones that are going for crazy numbers are actually real.
Yes.
Some of them I kind of doubt. I don't know these people, and you just hear about it. So some of them do not make any sort of sense to me. But I am with you that I believe to some extent that there is not 100% reality happening, but some of the bigger cards, yeah, they're going for those numbers, and it's just insane.
Well, I think that prize cards were always undervalued in this game.
Oh yeah, no,
because there's so few. There's like 5 or 8 or 10 or 20 of them in the world, and they were going for like $80 before this, and you're like, okay, that's a little absurd.
Insane. That's what I mean. I'm like, it blew my mind. Like when I started looking at this, like it's been like a year and a half ago, that how undervalued the cards were.
Well, nobody played.
Yeah, you just had these awesome cards. They have signatures. They're special, right? People kill for special in other card games, and you have this, and they're low priced.
Well, the thing about this is an accusation more towards the anime community.
Okay.
How often do you meet somebody younger who likes Kaguya? How often do you meet somebody younger that likes Madoka?
Yeah. See?
I think the anime community's attention span, especially with streaming, is very short. So just because it's a signed card doesn't mean it has any inherent value. Because the anime community forgets very quickly shows, even popular ones.
I'm with you. I said that to one other, Clark Smith, and I use his name because he wrote in the comments. It's out there. It's public. Like
right.
He was saying about how I have this. That's discrimination is not the right word, but distaste for Love Live. Again, I'm sorry if I misquote you if you're out there, Clark, but it's more just exactly what you said. As time goes by, the amount of people that actually want that card in that anime series lessens because over time people didn't watch it. Like you're watching some of the newer stuff. You're not going back and watching the classics. I can go
Yeah.
back and watch movie classics, so like the people that are going to be fighting for these things are the nostalgia type people.
I I personally like like older anime, so I do watch like a lot of older stuff. Um, but like I know that I'm not the average like anime watcher, right? So I know your average person is gonna watch the new stuff, and then like everything old is bad, and then like everything like within like a year or two, right? It feels like stuff gets washed out of the attention, right?
Yeah, some of the
And
good stuff is just gone. You don't see it anymore.
and that's like you see it in like Japanese sets too. Like you could Gargantia, I think, is like one of the best sci-fi anime I've ever seen. I know that's a kind of controversial opinion because a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was a really good show. It's got decent scores on Mal, and the SPs are like $20 in Japanese. Like nobody cares about the set.
Dang. I wonder how the
And
side's doing.
I know that English mostly got like more popular shows, like even Haruhi, right? Like Haruhi probably doesn't hold as much weight as it used to. Um,
Well, yeah. The
it's
recent
getting a
buy
reboot,
up,
but
because I wanted the usual Haruhi. That thing's like 500 now. Sucks.
is that the vanilla? No,
No,
that's the 1-0, right?
she's got a hair tie in her hair, like in her mouth, or ribbon in her mouth or something. I don't know what it is. I gave up hope on Haruhi. I played it one time
Oh yeah,
against
it's bad.
myself with Slime versus Haruhi, and then
Holy
I was
yes.
like, yeah, okay, no. Well, I just wanted to try it out. I wanted to try it out. Yeah, because until you until you officially play a deck versus a deck, right? You just know what's on paper. I'm one of those people that need to experience it,
We need to
and
experience the old.
yeah, old versus the new. Because, like people say all the time, you can win with a trial deck.
That's
Again,
a
it's
lot.
in certain situations and all of that good stuff. And there's probably a decent amount of luck that needs to come in with that. But, right, like every dog has their day. And then when I played Haruhi, I'm like, there is no way you're beating Slime. Just, you know, ain't no way. Even though I love her.
Yeah, that's the struggle of having those old things. They're mostly collector items. You put them in the box, and you go, I should get a binder for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with mine. It's all being binderized. No, I mean, for me though, what I do is just because of the available players that I have
Hmm.
every trial deck all ready to play, and then I have a few custom decks because I'm not gonna play someone new with a trial deck versus my custom deck,
Yeah,
which is
that's a good way. The trial decks,
and I still
great
have
way to
fun with
get
it.
people in.
Yeah, I still have fun with it. Which, by the way, with the quintessential quintuplets, that set, it's gonna suck because I definitely have multiple sets of quintessential quintuplets, the
Hmm.
set, which then, when you really think about it, is multiple trial decks in there.
Hmm.
So if I were to open five of them, five quintessential sets, that's what the equivalent of like 50 trial decks.
It's worse. Well, it's different.
Yeah, something like
Uh,
that.
is it the set like four of each trial deck card? It's not like the same thing as because in a trial deck, right? You need two trial decks, and you end up with eight of
Right.
some card, four of
You get a
others.
playset.
I'm pretty sure in that box you get just like four of
Yeah,
everything.
you get four. So
So
I'm like, that's
it's
kind of 10-ish. If you want to break, like, I know it's not 10. It's more like five, 7.5 or something.
it's something weird, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But if I open five of those sets, I have a crap load of trial decks
I'll
cards
be
that.
honest, because Weiss bulk is actually worthless. There's not a human on this planet that will buy it.
Yeah, no.
If
You're
if
buying the signature. You're buying that SP and some of the shinies, but
yeah, if
outside of
I
that,
open two trial decks, the extra cards, if nobody cares about them, I just go straight in the trash. I'm not about to fill my house with like trial decks, fill like like piles of trial decks. Um,
until they skyrocket, like certain, like slime was decent.
Well, no, so like
You wouldn't throw those away. You wouldn't throw away the mask and
well,
Rimuru
right,
Tempest.
yeah. I go through the trial deck and I pull out anything good, but like it's kind of obvious what cards will go up. It's not like Yu-Gi or Magic where like suddenly some random 10-cent card turns into a $30 card.
There it is. I was hoping someone would bring that up one day. I don't know if people ever talk about that, but there is none of that magic. It's not like one set, like Haruhi one day just becomes good.
Well, no, it's not even that Haruhi one day's become good because that could happen, right? We've seen support for older sets.
Yeah, but I mean,
There's
like,
no way your bad card is going to become good.
that's what I mean. Like, so when a new set comes out, then they're like, oh, look at this old set. It's a good counter to this. That doesn't really happen. I mean, you could say that with Adventure Time maybe, but
There is one example of it happening.
One out
and
of
that
how
is
many?
old sets that got new sets with standby.
Oh, because the meta changed.
Because of the meta change, because 1/1s were unplayable before, but suddenly they're good, and suddenly you have some really dumb 1/1 that's, it was really bad, but now it's really good because it comes out a turn earlier and for free.
Right.
But outside of those, I mean, like, there's not been a meta shift in this game that could salvage any of those cards.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I'm like, once it's set, it's just pretty much done. Which, like you said, with other games, that one card can be resurrected and all that. But for this, you need a whole set to be resurrected, and that doesn't happen too often.
And even if it is, like your card, your like 2/5 that does nothing is not going to magically become more playable.
Yep, and that's how I was like, well, okay, well, that's exactly why Haruhi couldn't beat Slime 1.
Haruhi has funny cards though. They have
It
really
does.
funny cards.
It does, but funny only gets you so far, and that's why I'm like with Quince. At the very least, my dream of the Quince is I can, with this quintessential set and the multiple copies I have, I can hand off it to anybody that just comes over and we just play, right? Like, and then it's none of them are. I know there's some good ones like Yotsuba and Ichika and stuff like that, but still, like, here, pick a girl you like and go with it. Like, it's not going to be bad. That's what I always said about Kaguya, the Kaguya trial deck. I know someone was like having a conversation with me on it about how it has 9 climaxes, and I'm like, dude, it's not going to matter. Like, again, if you walk into a locals or a tournament, obviously the 9's going to matter because you know what you're doing. But for a new person, I get it. One more extra climax cancel would be great, but when it's new people, we're not really strategizing how to like take each other. That you're just gonna throw down climaxes, or you may even put them in your clock, or like you may do something stupid with it that you shouldn't. That like having an extra card's not gonna matter. A trial deck's a trial deck to me.
Yeah, it's just getting people in the door, right, and then going from there.
Dude, I love trial decks. I just like it because of how cheap it is, and to get that feel. If they really like that anime, it gets them in.
And since they came out with the Trial Deck Pluses in 2016, I think it was 2016, 2017 is when they came out. I think it's like a much better entry point because they are usually playable. There's a few sets. I think like Bofuri's isn't. I think like JoJo's isn't. But like a lot of the other ones they're playable out of the box. They're good entry points for players.
Especially
and that's something.
RWBY looks decent. And
RWBY's is insane. No, RWBY's is broken. What I mean.
Like you have Mushoku coming out. That's pretty good. Again, I haven't been staring at a lot of these cards lately, but
Mushoku, I know a lot of the trial deck cards make it to the meta deck, or a couple. RWBY looks insane. RWBY is like one of the strongest trial decks I've ever read.
Really? Oh shoot.
I
have been paying attention. I know from like the first reveals, it looked pretty good, but then I'm like, I don't know what's gonna come.
Those first reveals were insane.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that they printed some of those. It's good. It's good because we needed this, but they're definitely not balanced according to the old balancing system. So it feels like it's like a new wave of power creep, and we're getting it with RWBY, and that's cool. And it's cool to see in a trial deck too, because it means you can pick up a RWBY trial deck and probably do better than a 2017 deck.
I'm just afraid of what the prices as a person that watches prices now with a good trial deck, what that's actually going to mean. Because,
Um,
well, because I mean, have you seen the Seven Deadly Sins? I know I've talked about it before, but I know in Seven Deadly Sins trial deck wasn't the greatest,
yeah,
and
it was
there was
awful.
only one SP inside, which definitely didn't help it out at all.
Right.
Seven Deadly Sins trial decks. Oh shoot, I have not looked at anything in a long time, but on TCG Player they actually have a chart now.
Oh,
They got a
I
freaking
did not know
graph
that.
on here. Shoot, I could just put this graph up. But yeah, they have a. They
They're
put a
stealing your content.
yeah, right here. A this is no joke. A holy crap. Some guy wants to get rid of this. Seven Deadly Sins trial deck, lowest on TCG Player 950, including shipping.
Beautiful.
This guy got
Um,
34 of them.
I mean, so there's two things going on here.
Yeah.
Um, I could do this. Anyone could do this. This is a word of warning for people buying this. There's a set amount of SPs in a trial deck case. There's a set amount of foils in a trial deck display. If I already hit my money cards, I don't care what I get for the rest of those. And I think that's what a lot of these sellers are doing. Because like, there's no way you would ever sell these at that low below cost unless you have already like kind of scalped them, right?
Yep.
Or you are over leveraged into the Weiss market. But there's nobody to buy that product. That product sucks.
That's what I mean. Like it's one of those ones where Ruby should fare a little bit better. Like English exclusive versus English exclusive, popularity wise, they're kind of compatible. Let's say that. I think Ruby is probably like a little less popular than Seven Deadly Sins, but Ruby's a little stronger. Is stronger, definitely stronger as a
It
trial
is.
deck. But then it also has two SPs, and then but at the same time, exactly what you said. There is people that are going to buy a ton of them. They're some are potentially going to open them, pull out the stuff, sell the rest. Other people have bought too many, thinking that they could make a fortune off of them because they look at old trial decks like what they did, and they're gonna get
Mm-hmm.
messed up on it. Like they're it's gonna be
It's the
bad.
problem with what Rudy. I know I've seen a little bit of Rudy's videos because as a person in the community collecting signed cards, not like extensively, but like somewhat.
Right.
Uh, just saying, "Wow, look at this game! It's print to order. There's like no supply of it because of that." The second you tell someone it's print to order, look, you're going to make so much money off of it. There's suddenly a ton of supply,
Right.
and
It's
and
way too
everyone thinks
much.
that they're going to magically find buyers for this game that was print to order and just barely getting by before. But they're like the player basis has been increasing. I've noticed that at least.
Yeah, that's the nice part about it. I
But
would
they're not increasing at the rate of the people are buying product.
nope.
Not even
There's
close.
too much product because there's too many people thinking that way. I mean, jeez, like a sealed trial deck display, 6350.
Yeah. Well, even those can be kind
Yep,
of
because you could pull the SPs already out of the other
out of the
ones and
case.
get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The
It's a little iffy.
the I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought. At least as far as like the collectors go, what I do think is going to happen eventually, and I think you touched on this too. Um, it seems the collectors come for money, right? And then the money disappears because there's too many of them, and then they disappear. I think it's going to be funny when we randomly have some whiplash where like the backpack sellers and all these people like move away because of like how unprofitable Weiss has become.
Right.
I I know you've done videos. You say there's still profit, but there's so much work in opening and sorting a case. There's a lot of money on the line, and at a certain point, it becomes not worth it, right?
Yeah, no, and that's what I mean. Like
And this,
there's gonna be a point where, um, I think a lot of this is to do with locking in pre-orders so early. Like you just saw
yes,
Hololive, right? It's how long is it? It's been like 5 months, 5 months ahead, five and a
yeah.
half months ahead or something. That pre-orders was it pre-orders for Hololive? That's what I thought I saw. And a lot of this is, like when you do the math on it or go back in time to see when pre-orders actually happen. I bet when we get to some of these coming up, like within the next month or two, one of them is not going to do well. If I had to put my money on it, it'd probably be Bang Dream that you're gonna see
Oh,
like a sure off.
well, Bang Dream is awful because they
I love Bang Dream. I have every
well.
yeah, but it's not
Let me
going to be
tie. I'll get back to Bang Dream in a second. I just
yeah.
want to tie up my thought. My thought is
Okay.
that like right now players are like getting upset at buying or they're getting upset at buying product because they're like, well, on the secondary market it's like $0 post release, and then investors are getting upset because their product is worth $0 post release.
Yep.
So I think there's going to be a funny whiplash where suddenly, like, a set's just going to come out with zero supply, and you're going to see like an $800 play set
Yeah.
just out of
No,
nowhere. It's going to
gonna
be
come.
hilarious.
I'm waiting, and that's what I mean. Like, so when people put the pre-orders in, they've already had it, and they can't. I guess you can take it back. I don't know how the distributor work. I don't know if you could just say, "Never mind." I've heard before that you can, but maybe they just cut
I
you
don't know how
off.
that works.
But that's what I mean. I'm like, there's gonna be since they've had to put in that pre-order so early. I think some people are locked in, so that's why we still have this. But we're going to get to the point where they didn't pre-order and it's going to drop off, like you said. There's going to be that whiplash that people are like, there's not enough. We thought there would be like all these other sets, but it's
People
not.
start panicking about their $1,000 play set. It's going to be pretty funny.
It's it's going to be good, and that's what I mean. I'm like, there was some positives to all of this happening and some negatives. I don't know which one wins out in the end. Like if the positives outweigh the negatives, but here we are. We don't have a choice. We just have to live through it.
Right. Bang Dream though is I know you say you like Bang Dream. I like the rhythm game. I think it's fun. But the like buying product for it's awful. There's so many
No,
sets.
it is awful. That's what I mean. I'm like, this is one of those ones I don't buy a ton of because, like, what I've always said this whole time is like when I buy because again, I'm a collector player. I'm not an investor at all. What it is I buy in the hopes that one day when I retire, I have enough money where I can just open these, play with it, have that nostalgia feel. With Bang Dream, since there were so many sets and I got in so late, there I have zero feeling, even though I love them and I buy it and I buy those voice actor cards and I play the rhythm game. I do all that. I even buy stuff on the Bushiroad Global Online Store. But I cannot make myself buy a ton of the Pop and Party Roselia one just because all the stuff that came before it. I mean, I know you could still play with it. It's just I don't feel
It's the
like it's
fatigue.
a great set for me to get in. I would never recommend someone getting into the set like right here. This is not. I'd say
Yeah.
wait for Rent a Girlfriend or something. I know
Yeah,
Rent a
no,
Girlfriend's
definitely.
not a good set, but it's a heck of a lot easier to have one set versus like Bang Dream and the like whatever 4 or 5 different ones
I,
at this point.
uh, I actually think Bang Dream is like the perfect spot for somebody to
Oh
start,
really?
only because it costs like $0.
Oh,
Like the
really?
meta decks, like there's like random cards that for some reason are like $40, even though they've been reprinted in like every other band. But like you can build so many functional meta decks, not meta, functional decks for Bang Dream, and it did like under $50.
Yeah, but as a new player, do you want? I wouldn't want them to scour all the different like sets. At least with like with Rent a Girlfriend, whatever. Here's 100 cards. Figure it
Yeah,
out.
I mean,
Yeah.
usually with new players, I like send them a deck though.
Ah, okay.
I go yeah, like here's like some pile you can play. Order on TCG Player. It's like $25 or something.
So you're doing like an Audrey where you're building decks for them, helping them build a deck.
Yeah, I mean after that it's up to them.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like giving them like a foot in the door, right? I mean like,
yeah.
hey, here's something cheap you can buy. That's funny.
But yeah, no,
Uh,
that's what I mean. Like Bang Dream, without someone doing that, I can't imagine like just
oh,
being
it's
like,
awful.
here, do that with all the different traits or whatever. And
And the multi life set was awful. Where they're
see,
like, here's trial decks and like a boost, like a mini booster.
yeah, and that's what I mean. I'm like, I can't agree. Like if I was all the way with Weiss Schwarz since the beginning of time, yeah, whatever. I would probably buy a million of these things. But since I haven't, I definitely bought way more Morphonica side, Raise the Sweelan side versus Pop and Party Rosalia. So that's more.
Right.
It's more just collecting at the very least. Again, trial deck, bam, there we are.
Off the top of my head, I think there's like one good card in the entire thing. I could be wrong. I might be crucified for that because I don't actually read a lot of sets that I don't care about, and Bane Dream kind of fell off for me. So
Yeah, see, there's
but I'm
that feeling that, and that's what I mean. Like, even though I love it, I'm like, I can't tell anybody to buy this thing. But that's hilarious because I thought about it the one day. Um, if the, you have remember what you said about like there's going to be whiplash and there's not going to be enough supply. If there's anything that's not going to be enough supply, you would think it would be this.
I don't think so. I don't. I
Really?
think that Bang Dream is like. I think everyone who plays Bang Dream almost is like fatigued by it. I could be wrong, but like there's just so many sets and like set after set has been bad.
So that's
And
what I mean. Like,
I
are they going to buy this thing?
yeah. Well, the problem is like who is the new people? Because like they print enough for the people who want it,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the people who want it have already ordered it. And then I don't think anyone's magically going to come in and be like, "Well, I really need Bang Dream," with the billion other cards they have, right?
Right.
Um, I would say like wait for like a less popular anime to pop up on the English side.
Which
I
one
know
would
they've
that
had
be?
some. You don't wait. What?
Which
Oh,
one
which
would
one?
that be coming up?
I don't know. I don't like a lot of the ones they're coming out with, but I feel like they're all popular.
Yeah.
Um, it might be like a thing you kind of wait for. Revengers might be one. I feel like a lot of the people. I feel like a lot of. I guess I could be wrong about that
I
because
love
it's
that
the
show.
shonen crowd. Well, Revengers to me, when I think of like idol, I think of like mostly idol people in the Weiss Schwarz community that are like the people in it for the anime. But that's not really true in English. It's mostly Japanese.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know which set it will be. It will probably be something that people just like severely underestimate, and then we'll just probably get some crazy influx in.
I'm going with
It might,
rent a girlfriend. Bang Dream, rent a girlfriend. Like as in the weaker side. Just because again, like if you were to portion out your money, like this whole budgeting thing,
mm-hmm.
if you were properly to portion it out, would you buy a ton of Hololive? Like thinking investor collector side, right? Not I know Hololive got some playable stuff, but just thinking like what you said, if you only had let's say 5 grand and you look at the next sets coming out, where would you put the majority of your money as an
Well,
investor
I
collector?
can tell you, I'm picking up 2 cases of Hololive just
Yeah,
to sit
see, there
on.
we go.
And it's VTubers are scary. These people are crazy. There's like an infinite money pit prepared just for these VTubers. So
They get a lot of super chats. But yeah, no, people will pay a lot. So that's what I mean. Like if we just put out like a list of all these things coming out and knowing people only have a finite amount of money, like of the available sets coming out. That's on my Bang Dream, right? Like that are gonna be population wise, supply wise, not
right,
as much as what we're seeing now, right? Because SAO is like gigantic, Seven Deadly Sins gigantic. We know Hololive is gonna be gigantic. Slash, I think it's already gonna be reprinted, unless they just have this gigantic print run to begin with.
I love their reprints recently because
Yeah,
they're afraid to reprint stuff like Old Fate, right? And they're afraid to like reprint like a lot of sets that they have to do stamps on now. So then they're randomly like, we're reprinting Overlord, and you're like, nobody's buying Overlord.
someone's buying Overlord. Someone's buying.
Overlord was like already like one of the cheapest play sets in the game, and they're like, we're reprinting it. And you're like, wow, it's gonna be free.
That's what I mean. I'm like, there's new people, I guess, that love Overlord or people that think they can invest in it. I don't know what the deal is, but they're definitely they must have got a sweet deal on that contract to reprint. That's gotta go.
Right.
That's what I mean. But it was enough interest. I mean, someone's on the hook for it, right? Like the stores put in the orders. So either they went big and just thought people were gonna buy on it, or other people did, and I think there's enough people out there that wanted it. Because no matter what, in the end, when I looked at Overlord, people were still buying that thing. What 3 weeks ago at like 170?
Were they?
Yeah, yeah, they were. That's what I mean. Even with a reprint, people are still buying this thing.
I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, it's nuts. Freaking nuts. Oh shoot. Let me try Albedo. Let me look it up.
I just realized I don't think we've touched on even the first question.
No, we didn't. We just went full blow. We're going. And that's why I said like that's why we got like this guide here to bring us back. But
the guy that had two things on it, and we like kind of touched on the second one.
That's how it goes, man.
The first. It's like that car, you know, the meme with the car.
Yeah.
And the sign. Yeah.
We took that fork. We took the other side that shouldn't have gone that way. Yeah, there was a sale on November 6th for $177. So there you go. Like, there's only whatever listings. Where does it say? Shoot, they changed the screen. 11 listings. Yeah, and there's still 184 is the lowest right now. And a recent sale, 11.6 for 177. Oh, someone's still buying it. I wouldn't recommend doing that. That's kind of insane. But if you want it, you want it. If you got the money, if your stocks went through the roof, if you want to offload your cryptocurrency, people are buying it.
Buy SPs. There's no way they'll go down, right?
Yikes, man. Jeez. That one hurt me, the Kurumi. I don't own one, but you know, again, I've said I love Kurumi because I love Data Live. I'm a Data Live fan, and
good. They're cheap now. You can be a big like fan.
Yeah, heck yeah. I mean, what did it sell for? The only one that sold on TCG Player was $565.
See, I'm lucky because the things I max rarity'd are old, and I max rarity'd them right before the collector boom.
See, that's nice. I was like, and that was
I would never sell.
Yeah, I would never sell. Of the SPs I've had, I haven't sold any of them, and I bought a few before like all this happened because I knew it was going to happen. But
no,
I missed out on some of the ones I wanted, which is disappointing.
Real talk.
Like I said, the usual Haruhi that hurt me.
Oh, I think the funniest is like collector. I think there's a card out there. Okay, I always have to say this because I personally want to see somebody try to buy it because I almost couldn't buy them.
But
the set that got me into this game was Disgaea. So this wrapping
the
back
penguin.
into one of our things.
Yeah. Was
Weiss Schwarz. That was one of our like topics.
Yep. It was.
And for me it was I kind of just dabbled in it for like 4 years because I was picking up card games like right as soon as I started college. And I'm going to out myself a little bit here. I used to go on 4chan. And they were talking about Madoka and ReZero and like in some card game. And I'm like, what is this? I've got to get in on whatever this is as an anime fan. And so I see Weiss, like back when it only had trial decks. And I see Disgaea and I get super excited and I just kind of pick up products, but I can't find a local scene. So I'm kind of in limbo for a couple years. And eventually, you know, like once I started to like play this game a lot more and I quit the other card games to play this game more, I decided I would go and pick up a max rarity playset of Disgaea. Because the cards weren't like super cheap. You could find most SPs at like $80 at the most. A lot different now.
Yeah.
But little history lesson. 2009, Nippon Ichi Software released the trial decks on their own. And it was 2012 before we got official Bushiroad trial decks, and 2013 before we got an official booster box. So these trial decks predate the game by 3 years in the West.
Dang. It's nice to know that. Because I've wondered when I went back and looked, I'm like, what's the deal with some of these trial decks and then stuff coming like way later?
Yeah, those trial decks, well, the first one was the prototype with the Fate Zero and the Madoka in 2012, and then it was like 6 months later the booster started to come out. Um, but the Disgaea trial decks in 2009 were like super low. I don't know actually the print runs. I just know that it's like was super niche, and there were 2 foils that you could pull, and it was not 1 foil per TD. It was like 1 foil per display, I believe. So you had to get 6 TDs to get even 1 foil.
Dang.
And these things do not exist. Like you can find the one that was meta, the green card. And they were going for like 50 back then. But there was some unplayable 2/2 that I was offering up to $100 a copy on, and I had to get it took me over 8 months to get them all. To get 4. Offering well over 20 times what the printed price was.
Jeez.
And the ones I found was one in Atlanta, one in New York, one from JK TCG, and one from Australia.
You searched the globe. That's what was the hard part about some of that stuff. Like, and you really have to go far to get it.
I want to say this because I will never sell. I am never selling, but I want to see someone else try to buy it.
This guy? No.
I want to see someone else try to find this foil, and I want to see a collector one day be like, I want to collect one of everything, and I want them to know that is the hardest card you will ever find, and so I want to drive up the price so I feel like I have increased my equity.
No, because I'm looking at some of these. Yeah, it's like you can't even find the one trial deck, the 2009 one.
It's so old.
Booster box, 130 right now on TCG Player. There was actually a sale, 2 sales, 3 sales. Damn, this thing sells.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, October 24th, 26th, and November 11th, $99. Someone actually
2019, you go to a regional, there were like piles of Disgaea booster boxes at like 50 a piece. Nobody wanted them.
Yeah, those are some good times. I just remember when I don't know if you've ever seen the video where I showed like an Excel file that had everything that I was tracking. I only showed it twice. And I was like, man, look at all these booster boxes for so cheap that are just out there. So I was able to pick up a few of them. I didn't say I didn't clean out the market or anything like that, because obviously that wasn't my goal.
Evil investor.
No, not evil investor. I'm just the collector. And then I was just watching, and that's how I knew like this was the wave was gonna come, because I bought what I wanted to as a personal collection wise, and then I started seeing all these things start going up and up and up. Like, what's the deal? That's when I knew. Like, it was coming.
Right.
The big wave was coming, and people were going to be pissed. But that's how it's always going to be.
You had forever to buy that stuff. The only stuff I felt like was really egregious was stuff like Fate and Bunny Girl. Like that. There were like weird circumstances, but Fate wasn't weird. It was just kind of like disgusting.
What?
Huh?
What? What do you mean?
Like, just like, a lot of those sets that got like increased in price, they were like worthless before. But things like Fate, where like Fate was like out of the gate magically $600 play sets. I felt like those were a little disgusting to see. Like, not like before the investors even pushed it up even higher. There's like something crazy to me about like a set a month later being triple what it was like on release.
Dang, I wasn't there for those days. Seriously, that's what happened?
Like, Fate was absurd. It was like it came out and just like the supply was instantly gone because it's Fate, and it never got reprinted. It just the supply was gone, and it had like the most expensive playset prices in the game was
pre-ordering kind of the same as it like today as it was back then?
It's always been the same, but the problem is there's not no investors, but there's like people would pre-order play sets, and there was like only a little bit extra made, so the supply just dries up if it's too popular.
Dang. No, because I think about that in my head, and I'm like, how does no one realize that was like an opportunity area?
Well, because this game doesn't really have players.
Yeah.
I think you don't like. It's kind of hard to believe how small this game was. before.
You know, that was actually my first video. I think that was like my first video.
Just like no
Was
players.
do
Well,
you,
there are players, but not a ton.
no, yeah, that it's more there was a player problem, not a demand problem. I think that's how I named it, and that's what I was getting at. Like, you just don't have enough out there to warrant like this giant mass of printing, and then you don't have people willing to invest the money into it to hold on to that stuff to do that. But for me, if I would have saw that, like I don't know how many times I would have needed to see that to realize that hey, there's probably some warranting of getting extra product.
Also, the last Fate set before Heaven's Feel 1 was Heaven. It was like Fate Stay Night 2, and I believe like 2017. And the prices for that weren't like super high. Um, Mixed with like the fact that Fate was not a very good set. So I think there was also like a thing where people didn't expect it to be as much as it was.
Oh, I can see that. I
It
can.
was, yeah, it wasn't a super good set before that. I don't know. There's a lot that goes into prices, right?
There is a lot, and I'm like opening up a bunch of them, just trying to see because that's happened before where a set comes out, it's not so good, so people don't want to get the next one, and then you get punched in the face by realizing that you messed up and you should have gotten it. So
Right.
there we are, Batman. But I will say this: the whole as for as much as everybody made fun of Batman Ninja, it cleaned up pretty well. It was
That's
delayed.
amazing.
It was
It's
delayed.
such a bad movie.
I didn't watch it. My sister watched it and she said it was terrible. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna watch. I was like, there's no way I'm watching that if you're saying it's bad. And
It's
I just
so funny in English.
really. So you telling me I should
It's
check it out?
it's so unbelievable. It's like a movie, right? So it's like an hour and a half of your time, but it's unbelievably bad.
Did you see the new movie? I forget maybe I was at the Eternals. I saw the new Batman coming out.
I
Did you see that
have
trailer?
not.
No. Oh, that one didn't look good at all. I get with Batman. I know we're going off again, but why is all Batman movies just like the dimmest light possible? I get he's in a city, it's dark, it's Gotham City and all that, but
It's the
will it kill him
aesthetic.
to just light it up before? If you ever see a Boston Celtics game like back in the day, like if you compare that with like another NBA teams, it's always like for whatever reason their arena lighting was just a lot dimmer than other
Mm.
ones. You won't know unless you've seen it before, but yeah, Batman Ninja was always dark, or Batman's always dark, like way dark, depressing actually, depressingly dark. But anyways, it did well. Like when you think about all the people coming in, see that's what was amazing to me. Like for as much as Batman Ninja got made fun of, like the people that started coming into this actually like comics. It was kind of like Bushy Road was trying to get them, but they were a little too early for
Well,
that set.
what I thought was bad about Batman Ninja was that it was like it felt to me like at the time they were like, wow, we want to get non-anime fans in.
Yeah,
And then they saw Batman and they didn't even look at anything past that and they were just like, we're getting that. Um because Batman Ninja is so far from like I don't maybe I because I'm not like a superhero guy, but like it felt so far removed from what I imagine any normal Batman movie, any Batman fan would want.
it's
It
working
was
out
written.
though. Yeah, no,
It was
I think it's weird. Like I like Batman. I'm okay with superheroes, but when I first saw the set, I'm like, are you serious? What is this? This is not what I would have imagined at all. But this
I own Batman because it's an English exclusive, and I will own everything that they release exclusively in English.
really that
But it is depressingly bad, and it is an awful movie. So it's not one that I have attachments to.
But I thought you liked that kind of stuff, like the Ruby thing. It's
Yeah,
bad
but
but
like
good.
I watched RWBY in the past, and RWBY's like, especially the first couple seasons are pretty good.
They are, yeah,
Well,
it's
they're
good.
not. They got the rough models, but like other than that, it's like the scenes flow well. The characters are like decently written, and it's like overall like a pretty okay. It's like a non-offensive product, right? It's pretty
Right.
good. The Batman Ninja was like this awful movie
I gotta
that
see
left
it.
me in shock and
Yeah,
awe.
yeah, I gotta see it. Now that you're saying it, I gotta, because I've said before, like my movie taste. I will watch every movie that comes across that Amazon or Netflix recommendation or whatever. Like if it shows up down there, I'm watching that. 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star out of 10, don't matter.
Well, it's like a 1 out of 10. That's
I'm
probably about
watching
right.
it. I watched a 14% movie on, I think it was Hulu. Yeah, I
Beautiful.
enjoyed that. My wife
The
hated it.
Room.
So I can watch anything. Because again, like someone made this thinking that there was some glimmer of hope in there, of like goodness. And I will watch it until I find it. And
Well, I think from my understanding, when they got the Batman, they got like this. It's this is like something truly amazing. Because you get like the dual audio, right, and you can swap between English and Japanese. When they got the audio from the Japanese people, I think they didn't get the sound effects on a separate track or something, because in English there's like no bass on explosions, and like it doesn't hit your subs or like anything. And then in Japanese, like the entire like the windows are shaking from like the sound of the explosions. You're like, they like destroyed
yeah,
even the sound effects in the dub.
yep. That's why you shouldn't watch dubs. We're going into that territory. I'm okay
I thought it was
watching.
really funny.
I'm okay watching anything. I'm one of those people that whatever voice I hear first, it's like I'm a baby bird. You gave me that
Right.
impression. If I hear it in English, I'm good with it. If I hear it in Japanese first, I'm good with
Uh,
it.
it depends on how the voice acting is. Like, if there's good English voice acting, I will almost always gravitate towards that. Um, but of course, since I watch stuff as it comes out, I generally hear Japanese voice acting first.
Yeah, see, I can't do it then. Like I just don't. I stick to the one voice I hear, and that is my voice forever. Like I watched Demon Slayer in Japanese, and then when I watched the movie, I didn't realize it was dubbed. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, is this broken? And then it was dubbed the whole time. Like, no, I can't take it.
Oh
But
no,
it was all right. I survived. That's how I am. So Batman Ninja, I'll check it out. Unless it's
I'm
not
so
streaming
sorry.
anywhere, then I'm screwed.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
Um,
Is it anywhere? Can I actually find
I
this thing? Because I'm not gonna
I
do the
don't.
thing where I'm gonna rent from Amazon or something like that. Like what nowadays movies are just gone
Well,
unless you rent them.
I will openly say, uh, well, yeah, I guess whatever. I personally use websites where I can get things for free, and if something is good, I support it with the merchandise.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair because sometimes you can't find things anymore.
Uh,
Like if you want to find that Bunny Girl Senpai movie,
you
good
can't,
luck.
right?
Good
Well,
luck.
Batman Ninja was like an official thing put out, so like you can find that one. There's no way.
Okay.
It's just awful.
No, I bet it'll be good. I mean, the dude's holding, like, I'm looking at this picture. He's holding a sword.
It's got some really funny lines, and it's got some good cultural appropriation.
My wife just walked down here. Hey, will you watch Batman Ninja with me? It's Batman. It's
Oh
in
no!
English.
Oh my god!
She doesn't watch anime because it is not. She doesn't want to read. Like she won't watch Squid Game with me. You could say it. Just say it. No. She said no. Walked away. Just
Oh no!
she said no. It's Batman Ninja. It's Batman.
I don't like Batman.
You don't like Batman?
I didn't watch any of the movies or shows.
A real
Okay.
Batman.
She's not a
fan if you don't
DC.
watch Batman
She's not a
Ninja.
DC girl. She's a Marvel. Which did you see Eternals? Do you go to the movies a lot?
Not really. I like sometimes watch stuff when like people tell me to, but it's been like not as often, since.
I love freaking movies, and I will tell you, My sister fell asleep 5 times during the Eternals. I fell asleep, and this is
Oh,
not a
no.
joke because this thing is. I felt like 3 hours long. This movie, I fell asleep during the last action scene. Like like the
It's
end of
that
the
bad?
movie where the big battle's happening. I fell asleep during that.
It's that bad?
I thought it's long. Some people liked it. Some people liked it, so I'm not gonna say it's awful, but I just wanted someone other humans' opinion on it. But I'll
I
keep.
guess if it's a bad movie, I guess I'll go try and watch it.
Yeah, at the very least, see, you could walk into that movie with no expectation, and then maybe be delighted. But
Mm.
I don't know. I don't think it was that great. My sister
That's-
said this is my first Marvel movie that I did not like.
Oh no.
That's where she landed. But they got it. They gotta use other characters. You can't just keep making Iron Man and Captain
Well,
America. You kind of
Are
run
you
out of
sure?
stuff. Well, he's no longer with us.
Well, they've been using Batman for quite a while, and Superman's been around for a long time too.
But what wasn't I didn't watch this movie either. Was it Superman versus Batman, or was it Batman versus Superman that did horrible?
Oh, I heard that movie's awful. That's all
My
I know.
sister
is
watched that too.
I
She was like, "This is so bad. It is awful."
I just remember seeing the ratings and going, "Wow, that's pretty funny," and then just moving on.
And that's why I want to watch it. Like, I honestly want to watch it because it did so bad. I'm like, how bad can it really be? It's like that Haruhi versus Slime. How bad could it go? It could go really bad.
Yeah, you learn pretty fast, don't you?
Yeah, really fast. And that's what you got to do. And that's why I was so happy I found out I could play Weiss Fight against myself. Which is
Wait, you can?
yeah, you just open 2 browsers. Like have
Oh yeah, I guess that
Chrome
makes sense.
and
Never mind.
Chrome and Internet Explorer. No, I was sitting there and I'm like, because I got on there and there was some other guy just sitting there and I'm like, well, I don't want to call him up or anything like that because I want to read some of these cards too. So then I was like, let me just try. I was thinking about grabbing my wife's laptop and I'm like, no, I bet I could do it with 2 browsers and it works. So you can Weiss Fight yourself, and then it's pretty awesome. That's why Weiss Fight is nice for that, being able to import it, and then if you want to have a board state, like a certain board setup, then you can do that. And then you can do your experiment about to mill or not mill. Like you can just keep doing it over and over again, depending on
That was something. That video haunted me for like the next day. I want you to
Really?
know that man sending me equations. I'm like, I know his argument, but I'm almost 100% sure I'm like right on this. And I sat with these cards and I was playing around with them, and I'm like, okay, I finally am able to put this into words how it works.
Yeah, I do love the SPs that were in the video. Like you had to put them there.
I was
I
using
stopped the
Sky
video.
ones. They're hype.
I stopped the video and I'm like, they look like SPs in there. There's a guy playing with SPs.
Yeah,
Dean going
wow.
for it.
A lot of Weiss players do.
Yeah. No, and that's what when I started thinking about it, I'm like, it makes sense that you all did. Like, and it's not even just, it's the context of the time period, right? Like, not even the fact that people just did it. It's, in my mind, I was thinking, like, you open these things, they look cool, and at the same time, they weren't crazy expensive. They weren't like $10,000, $5,000, $3,000 cards, because you got to be really insane to play, knowing that you're playing with 4 $10,000 cards. Like, if they were, some people do, I know, but like, when you think about some of the older sets, like the ones that weren't as expensive, because not all sets like SPs were like gigantically expensive. Like I could do that right now with Madoka, and not the old one. I'm saying like the newer stuff, like the.
Well, so Weiss cards. Okay, one, I believe that cards are meant to be played. There are certain cards that, like, I understand that they're collector cards. So like the Bunny Girl Trial Deck card, if I'm not mistaken, it's not like really a playable card. But I don't know. I think there's something dirty about like slabbing a card, like in any game usually. But like Weiss players, because I know you're thinking about like the condition of the card, right?
Mm-hmm.
for high rarity decks, double sleeve sealed with Overguard Z's. They're like super thick slabs, with like almost like top loaders. And it's like the card's probably not getting damaged. Like at that point, it's probably safer in that than it is like if it's single sleeved in like a binder.
Can't do it. I can't put those in a binder either. Like they're just sitting out.
Oh no.
By the way, now that I'm looking at Magia Record, so like I said, when I was looking at like a week ago, some of these were $70, $60. They're pretty much all gone, and the booster boxes for Magia Record Mobile, they were $64 for the longest time. Someone's been buying them.
Ooh.
Maybe
my number card that sits in my binder, single sleeved.
You got a numbered one?
Yeah, I pulled the number 8 green girl that's like crouching down with the pigtails. Sana, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it's sitting in my binder.
Yep, Sana. Oh, that's awesome. So we have discovered another serial number. Oh, since we landed on here, that was one of my bonus questions. What do you think about serial numbers now?
Okay, so I'm going to be a little animated here. I am so confused because, okay, the Magia Record one is like worthless. I think I was offered like something like 500 on it.
Really?
Despite it being like, yeah, and I'm like, I wouldn't get rid of it.
No way.
But number one, these stamps. Am I allowed to cuss on this channel at all?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
Do you hate? Okay, they look like such shit. I probably already cussed already, but like, that's pretty funny. I just thought of it. And they look so bad. The Magia Record ones. Have you ever seen a Magia Record SP?
Not in hand.
They are so bad. They're like these tiny text boxes that like you have to hit the light just right to even be able to read them. And then they've got like the little kanji, right?
Yep.
And they just like they don't look super special, and I think they just look bad. Like the design is poor. And the numbers are like super out of place. I pulled the number and didn't even know it was a number until like later. It took me like 4 days to figure it out.
Yeah, that was my biggest beef with that. Like you can't see that. Like when I tried to do the video with it, I'm like, which card am I gonna pull up? Because like Saruno, like it blends in with her card, and they're just all really bad looking.
Right. And then, but like then you look at sets like older sets, because they can do stamps, right? Because you look at Kantai, if you look at the Abyssal Fleet, those aren't signs. Those are just giant kanji like slapped on the card, and those look fantastic. And you look at JoJo. The JoJo cards all look amazing. Like, well, not all amazing, but generally they look really good with the big kanji. That's like you could tell like that's a special card, right?
Right.
And the signatures take over like a lot. Fate SPs and Kaguya SPs, a little bit better. Their emblem is pretty big. It takes up a lot of the thing. The Sao ones I think look terrible. They're like this like little strip that goes down with like the name in katakana, and I just really don't like the design of them. And then you get the numbers, and the numbers are a lot better than Magia Record because they're like they say it's out of 10 and it's the number, so it's like easier to identify how many of them there are. But like I don't know, they don't look good to me. They just like don't look good, and then you see. I mean, you know as well, the prices on them are absurd. I just am kind of in disbelief in what people are willing to pay for that little like bar at the bottom.
No, I agree with you. I don't get it. It loses its specialness when you get that.
But I've just been in disbelief at like the design of some of these, because I just think that they look not super good. But
I honestly think
it
was what I was doing, which you couldn't have seen, was I was kind of going back through the years, because we know at this point that you get like one a month for the most part, like a set, one a month, two a month,
right.
A little, sometimes maybe like two a month, outside of the shipping issues and all that. But like in 2016 there was only 9 sets that came out.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. I'm like, so it wasn't like, I feel like now there's just this giant push. I don't know if they hired more people, but if there's a change like that for them to like adjust and um, quickly do something, I don't know if it was in their ability. I feel like
I think it's
that's
different branches.
yeah, you just get what you got because you could tell with Magia Record they just put it out there. There's no way in the world anybody would have thought that this looks great. Like even like on the thing, like the numbers, there's no way someone's like, "Yeah, Bob, that was great. Let's go with it." They're like, "Oh shoot, we don't have time. Let's just throw a stamp on here, try it out. Like this number on here, try it out. We don't have time to really mess with the card, but at least it gives them something." That's why I'm like,
Right.
with SAO, I'm probably sure they had more time to think that through after looking at the card and like, okay, let's not do that. Let's put it in like a little box thing and have the number there.
The number was better, but like I said, I don't. I just wish that like, and I don't even collect these cards. So I have literally nothing on the line here. I don't collect
Yeah.
Sal. I don't collect Kaguya. I don't collect Fate. I just think that like the SP like doing. I wish that like because the signature, right? It's like the card is the canvas, and you got this big signature usually that like covers up like half of the card, and it looks good, or it looks good, or at least it's noticeable.
Right.
And then you got like that little bar on the Sal cards, and you're like, what is this? I don't know. It feels like their design team, whoever it is that's like doing those changes, is like it's really weird because like the mob ones look good that are stamped. Like they have like big kanji on them.
What is his? I'm like thinking about the Mob Psycho one. I think the one that was like, "I'm terrible." Did that have a sign on it?
No, that's just a stamp. But
That's what I thought. I
secret
was like,
rare.
"I'm terrible." At least that was funny.
But like the Ritsu, like it's like half of the mob cards are signed and the other half are like stamped. But like the stamps are big, right? It's like they take up a big part. They've got like the name and so I don't expect them to change the card art, right? Like that. But like at least make the text and stuff big. Like I like if I play with an SP, I want like the big kanjis on it. I know that might make you cringe to play, but
No, I'm good with that. I mean, because it needs to stand out. Like there's a reason why this thing is special.
and it's like the Sal card just being foil with like the little bar. I don't know. I'm not a big fan.
In general, with that set, I don't know. I don't really like it. The new one that came out. It all looks the same to me. Like the cards themselves. I don't know how to explain this, but it's just somebody standing there with a weapon. Is what it looks like to me. Like the majority of these things.
Yeah,
Like when I look at the double rares, when I look at the SPs, there's nothing really happening there. There's nothing special. Like the Mother's Rosario for the triple rare, the OFR, like that at least looks somewhat special to me when I look at just Kirito with his SP just standing there with his sword, or Asuna just standing there with her sword. They all have the same background. Like there's
with a super tiny text box off to the left.
Yeah,
and in like the small font, and you're just like, oh come on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, there's nothing really special about that at all. I get there's serial numbers and stuff, but outside of that, when you look back at the set, it doesn't look all that special to me.
But it's short.
Yeah, especially Yu-Gi-Oh. Like he just has like some blue background. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Everybody else got like this space-looking thing with stars or whatever that's supposed to be.
But he's
just blue. I mean, did you watch this?
I had to give up on the Sal with Alicization. I wasn't like, I'm not like the biggest fan of like the normal shows too often. So like I watched like all of Sal 2, Gun Gale, the movie. Like I kept up pretty well, and then Alicization came out, and they're like, it's going to be 52 episodes.
It was a lot.
I think I just immediately checked out. They were cutting down a tree, and I'm just like, I don't think I can do this. There's just like a point where you're like, you're just like, I don't think I can stay caught up with this.
You can't do it. You can't watch him chop down that tree.
I'm not a South fan. Not a South fan. When it was like 12 episode seasons, it's like, you know, I could sit through them. But then there's like just like knowing that I'd be there for a year.
You know what? I was actually happy when I saw these cards that I didn't have to make. Did you ever see? I made those videos, and then again, not everybody's watched everything, but I made those videos where I took the cards and found the anime, like scene that goes with it.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Like I looked at these SAO cards and I downloaded all the episodes. I have like literally every one of them, and then I started looking at it and I'm like, a lot of these cards aren't from the anime, and I'm like, well, screw it, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna watch, or I've watched it already, but I'm not gonna go through all the episodes just to find out that maybe one card appears in the episode and all that. The Quints took the longest, freaking, because you know, 5 child decks plus a booster box.
Well, also it's like a lot of the cards are like zoomed in on just the face.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, screw this. Like, there's no way I'm able to do this one. And that's my point. See, when going back to something, when people think I'm an investor, what investor would actually download every episode, download every picture, edit, you know, find the scene, edit that in, and then compile like this giant video, hours and hours. I am, again, my proof that if you look through all my videos and just like write down what videos I kind of did, what I did, you'll obviously be able to see that I'm not an investor, because there's no way an investor that just wants money is going to take all that effort to actually do that.
Maybe that comes to like the selective recognition, right? Because it's like Carmen's like, check out this new guy that's doing market updates. And then I click on your channel and I see market updates, and then I like see stuff that like no offense, I already told you, like, I personally don't like really watch Weiss content too often. But then I see like some other stuff that I see, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing there. And then I see the market update, and I'm like, oh, you know, I'm like aware of the market. I'm aware that there's like prices going on, but I don't like, you've done the work of compiling it, so I click on that. And so I think it's like the market updates kind of paint you in the light of somebody who's looking at it from an investment standpoint.
Yep. No, that's the misconception, because it's like, I only do that because there's a hole in the content, which is there was a hole in the explaining like mapping kind of thing. I'm not saying like I make the best videos or explain it in the best of ways, but I was like, well, no one else really has it, and people are gonna be, I don't want to say scammed, but not knowing.
Oh yeah, scam.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, you can see it. Like, someone's got to put it out quickly so that people know. And I was like, screw it, I'm just going to do it and then help people out. Because, again, I'm more a collector, and I want people to become either you stay as a collector and not get jaded because you got ripped off, or, you know, get you in there to be a player. And that's why I reference other channels when they talk about cards. Because obviously, I could sit here and research and do cards, and it's not hard to play. I mean, figure out how to play or different cards, right? Like, even Pittsburgh has the different jargon and talks about triggers and all that, and I know you all do too. You talk about milling, but like, you don't need other channels that all do the same thing. You don't need another pack opener, right? Booster box opener. You don't need another people like explaining sets, because we have all you guys that do a good job. I don't need to do that. I'll just tell you the card looks pretty.
Yeah. The Weiss content thing is it's a struggle, because I mean, especially without tournaments, right? I find it's hard. And then like, personally for me, I don't want to put out a video if I'm not giving people something, because like, I know that people like Carmen and Strictly, Strictly not so much, but like Carmen, and there's like a couple other channels that will do like the basic meta builds, right? Like the ones that you expect somebody, like if somebody randomly hits you with the deck, you expect to see that 9 out of 10 times. If you've ever noticed, I mean, I don't expect you to watch our content. I literally never expect anybody to watch our content. But like the stuff that I focus on, the stuff that I focus on is like the stuff that nobody else is talking about, to give people like a unique perspective.
Exactly.
And because it's hard to make a video for the sake of making a video in this game. because it's not like you're gonna get a whole lot of views.
Yeah, that's exactly.
If I'm not giving somebody something, I don't really want to be doing it.
Yeah, that's why I get ticked off when people say like, "Why do you have a Weiss channel?" It's like, obviously we're not. I'll say this collectively. Anybody on YouTube making Weiss videos, for the most part, let's say majority wise, that's been doing this for a while. You're not doing it for the money because obviously like if you look at the biggest channel and how many subscribers they actually have, right? Like biggest channel subscribers, and you find out how much YouTube actually pays you per 1,000 views, you will know, like outside of like sponsorships or something, you're not making money. You're doing it because you like Weiss for the most part, right? Like it's not a money making machine. It is because you enjoy what you're doing or you're trying to help people out or something. Like no matter what content you cover, you're doing it for a reason.
Right. Yeah, so I guess that answers the why Weiss thing, right? You said because you like the game.
Yeah, I love the game. I love the anime. It has nothing to do with money because, again, like me and you, I know we talked before, it's like you could put your money in crypto. You could put it in the stocks. I can buy alcohol and make 8 times my money. Like there is so many different ways to make money in the world, and Weiss isn't like that money machine, right? Like you're better off like if you want to make money in cards at this point with Weiss compared to like other things. Weiss is definitely on near the bottom of the list,
especially with content. You can just go make you could you could go down to Walmart or buy a couple packs and open them on like TikTok and probably make more money.
You can. There's actually there's a guy that does that.
Yeah, with literally no effort too, right? Yeah. You could literally just take your phone and like strap it onto a helmet and just like open like Pokemon packs with like horrible camera shake and probably get more views.
You actually can. There's a guy that does and there's nothing wrong with it. So again, not saying anything wrong with that. There's a guy that does like Weiss, Pokemon, and all that. You'll see his name pop up every now and then. That
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, see right there, right? And you can just see like way more views, more subscribers than the majority of like this. And that's what I mean. Like we don't make Weiss content because we're gonna get rich, super popular, or anything like that. We all like as people make YouTube videos or Twitch or whatever, like do it because you like it. That's what it is. And for me, I saw this hole that someone needed to fill. So I get a ton of questions to my email address that ask me like because they're too afraid. There's people that are too embarrassed to actually ask in the comments, and this is no joke because they say it, or they're don't want to be ridiculed as a collector or an investor, so they'll email me instead. That's why I was never going to put an email out there. I had to make that email for this because there were so many people that wanted to talk about like cards, investing, collecting, just playing, and didn't feel like the Facebook community was very nice towards them.
So I'm like super torn on the entire thing. Because I have nothing against a collector. The person that you were mentioning is like one of the people that's like one of the ones I can think of. Because there's like something about... Because I do it myself, right? Like if I like a set, I'll go out, I'll buy the SPs. And that's a black hole. They're never going back on the market. Yep. You will never buy that SP from me. It's gone forever. I'm sorry. You might get to see it in my binder or you might get to see it in one of my decks. But you will never have it. And then there's a thing about saying, you know, like I'm gonna buy these because Weiss cards historically have held value pretty well compared to other games. Pokemon cards deflate like crazy.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards are funny. I don't know do you know much about the Yu-Gi-Oh market?
Not recently. We had some back in the day, but no. I mean, I've seen. I can't keep up with Yu-Gi-Oh. There's so many variations of like the same card.
I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh. This is one of my favorite memories. A deck I played, the boss monster for the deck was like $10.
Yeah.
A guy topped a regional with it. It went to $120 a piece.
Oh, yeah.
Less than 2 weeks later, he was down to $10 again.
Jeez. Holy crap.
It's the game is really funny because they have stuff like that and they have the ban list. Cards will be $100. Suddenly they're $10. Well, Weiss cards, SPs, they've held value pretty well. So like I don't have anything against people who buy SPs just because they like the game and they sell them later. I do have a problem with the flippers, the scalpers. Something about that feels wrong.
That's different.
Like, and I think, sorry for bringing up old things that have happened to you, but like, I remember you had the one interview with the guy.
Oh man,
and that made me uncomfortable to hear that guy talk because this guy came into this community to provide zero things. He did not care about this community. He's the kind of person that brings his entire family outside of Walmart to scalp like 7 PS5s and then throw them on eBay for $1,200 a piece.
Right.
And there's like something wrong about that. And I think it's like something that like I think a lot of people will agree. Like there's a difference.
No, there's a difference. And we knew that. I remember when he first came to me, he was like, "Do you want me to do it? Are you sure?" Like, well, he wrote me. Obviously, I didn't know him, but it was one of those ones where I wanted him on because even though I knew what was about to happen, it's better to hear it from someone doing it than wondering what's going on, like to bury your head in the sand almost. Because again, you heard him say, we were talking about SPs and then like looking at Japanese SPs, and then what you saw with the Japanese SPs, right? There's that time where they were starting to get bought out, and there's like even buy lists happening from shops looking to get some SPs back. So it's one of those ones, if you heard him say that, then you obviously would have known to buy up or at least get the ones you want, not buy up, but it's one of it's to me, it's always more information is better, whether we want to hear it or not. And like I said with you, like agreed that I don't want to see, because again, on my market, I always use this one, the Felicia from Magia Record Mobile, the SP. It was $50. And I think I even did 2 videos. I'm like, this is $50. This card here is $50. If anybody wants it, it is right here, because now it's like 200 something. And I could have just sat there and bought them all up, right? And that just proves again where I'm like, I'm not doing this to just buy out, scalp it up, and like resell it. Like if anything, that would, those Felicias would have just ended up in the dark hole. But my thing is like,
oh okay, yeah, the healer,
the 3-2 early, Felicia, back on the mobile set that just came out. So I was like, hey, by the way, early play, 3-2, people are going to use this, and that means they're going to use it in max rarity. So if you want it, you might want to get it. Yeah, it's $265 right now on TCGs.
I picked up Saruno's back when I had like a good purchase. I mean, Saruno's haven't gone up, but I don't know. I like the card art. I thought it was cool.
I love Magia Record. Or Madoka in general. Madoka, I like Magia Record too. It was weird how this season ended. I don't know if you kept up with it. It just kind of stopped.
When Gen left, I don't know. It was hard for me to. I couldn't get into it because it felt different. But he's coming back. He's coming back for that 4th movie.
See, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. Magia Record, like it. I like it. It was weird. That was one of my. The reason why I like it so much is like that was my first anime convention I went to. That's what I mean. For me, anime has like a whole memory kind of thing to it, where it was my first one with my sister that we went to. It's the first time ever, and then we went to see Magia. We went to see Madoka, and we saw the first 4 episodes. And if anybody remembers the first 4 episodes of what happened, yeah, that's what I mean. And that's when I was like, holy crap, anime is amazing. That it doesn't have that Disney style end, and that's why I can't watch Disney movies.
Oh no.
Well, because it's like all happy ending. You kind of know what's about to happen. Where, in Magia or Madoka, episode 4, I think it was episode 4, maybe 3, whatever. But, bam, life was good and then it wasn't. It's just over. So I think
Right.
that was definitely one of my early animes that I've seen. But yeah.
Um. Yeah. I know what you mean. Oh, the guy who made. I don't know if you pay much attention to writers, but the guy who made like Madoka is like famous for being like an amazing writer. The anime specifically, right?
Mhm.
So like, that's what I was kind of like hinting at with the Magia Record. I haven't
So he's coming
seen
back.
like a lot of Magia Record, but like he's not the one who wrote it. And then I think it was like seasonal. I watched seasonal stuff, so I got bogged down with other stuff. But I know he's coming back for the movie.
No, I heard that. People were really excited because they were saying with the way these seasons went with Magia Record, people aren't really happy with it. And that's what I mean. It was even weird. Like some of the episodes didn't even flow together all that great. It was, and the way it ended on the most recent season, it just like abruptly stopped. I don't know if that was the plan all along, but there was like a week where there wasn't any, and then just
Just
not so
strange
good.
writing.
Yeah,
Got
it was
bogged
it was
down.
weird.
Production.
Yeah, it was definitely off. Oh, but hey, I'm excited. More Magia Record or Madoka. I keep going between those two words because
Well, they're definitely different. I feel like Madoka is a little different than Magia Record.
no, they are definitely different. But then I was happy that at least Madoka showed up, like on this one.
Yeah, I saw that they like brought back like the main cast
They
more.
did. I can't keep up with it though. Like I've seen it all, but it all confuses me. Like with everything that's happened, just because of the way
Well,
this
it's like
series ended.
alternate world. It's like the mobile game universe, right? So it's like different worlds.
I didn't play it. I never had a chance to play. I
Before it
didn't.
got shut down.
Yeah. See, I didn't know. I remember Pittsburgh talking about that too, about how they spent a lot of money and then it got shut down. I can't imagine that if I played a game that I spent a ton of money on and it gets shut down. I don't. I don't know how I'd feel. I haven't had
happens
that
all
experience yet.
happens all the time with mobile games.
Really? I mean, all I've played mobile game wise is what is it? I played Summoner's War. I still play Summoner's War, and
Hmm.
like Tiny Village, but those were back then. I didn't spend any money on that. And Pokemon Go. And the only other, and I know we said it before, Neopets. I bought Neopet stuff. I bought them
Oh,
cards. I bought them plushies. I bought
thank, thank you for bringing it up. I
Neopets.
almost
I
forgot.
love Neopets.
You are a Neopets fan. You're probably more of a Neopets fan than me because I have not played. I just have like the cards, and I think it's funny.
No,
I haven't played since I got locked out of my account because my account was made by a relative when I was a kid,
what, you didn't put your date of birth in there, right?
and I didn't put my right date of birth, and I cannot get in to see my Kachiks. Rest in peace, my beautiful Kachiks, my disco Kachik, and my mutant Kachik. But do you, as a collector of things, do you own sketch cards?
Sketch
Are you
cards.
aware of what sketch cards are?
I mean, for what? What game?
Neopets.
No, I don't have any sketch cards.
Do you know what they are?
Are you talking about like physical cards?
Yes.
No, I don't have any.
You don't own physical Neopet cards?
I got Neopet cards. I'm like, are they a special ones? I got them from the first time, and then I had a. I'll tell you, I bought a bunch of cards because again, you needed the codes
Yes.
for
Yeah.
to turn into prizes. But I'm like, maybe I'm blanking out on sketch cards because I know you needed
Okay. No.
like to get the Space Very Battle Dome.
Did you know there are $1,000 Neopet cards?
What? No, I looked up the Neopet cards not too long ago because I have them in my storage. Like I was going through. I had to clean out because my wife doesn't like crap everywhere, so I started putting things in the bins because
Right.
she's okay with as long as the stuff is in a bin. It could be like a billion bins, but if they're in a bin, somehow
Yeah.
it's organized. So then I
Yeah.
saw all my Neopet cards, and like maybe
Okay.
I'm blanking out on what sketch cards.
Okay. So sketch cards were numbered and hand drawn.
Oh, I definitely didn't have any of those.
And you could pull them out of packs, and they are like $800 to $900 a piece.
Damn.
And that's why I was asking, because you said you're a collector, and then you said you play Neopets actively, and I'm like, is this one of the guys who picked up sketch cards back when they were 300?
No, I didn't know they had that. Because I was in college during that time, so
yeah,
I didn't know they had sketch cards. Yeah, I was in college during the Neopets time. No, because some of my plushies that I had to go. I sent my girlfriend at the time into Limited 2 to go get those plushies. You know these plushies are like some are near $100. Like
yeah, because I bought a couple.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Well, I wish I'm not wearing it right now. I also, you see, they revived their merchandise store. You can buy some pretty funny Neopets.
Oh yeah, no, they're
shirts.
They're all coming. It's weird. Like I tried their mobile. The site's kind of messed up. But yeah, no, it's you're gonna have to look at this later. So why I say this? So anybody that's like listening this far out is I'm sharing my screen from my OBS, and we are in Discord, and obviously Dean can't see my screen right now because I'm
Correct.
sharing on my actual desktop, which I'm not doing through Discord. And yeah, here it is. So you can look at it later. Here's my Neopets account. It's 285,826,430.
I don't think I broke a mil.
Really? Damn.
I think I had
Well,
like
you didn't play
roughly
as
a mil.
hardcore, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play when I was an adult. I played for like a little bit when I was in college as a joke, because I'm like, Neopets is sick, and then I like. But I linked you some.
Oh, let me see. Oh, there it is. Oh,
There's
sweet.
I wish I could save it. I could. I think I'm gonna have to do something really jank here.
I'm bringing
because
on
of
the screen.
Discords.
I'm gonna bring it on the screen.
I'm gonna do something jank where I screenshot a picture.
Green Blue
because
Morrow.
the picture is too big.
I did not
But, like,
know
this
this existed. Holy crap! They had.
But like, this is a guy that has a binder of them, and you see like the same card is 3 times, but each one is hand drawn and numbered.
That is freaking amazing. I did not know that even existed.
So yeah, if you ever want something to collect, that's a pretty cool thing. You could spend a lot of money on.
Are they even oh man, I don't know if they're even remotely available.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They were. There was a period of time that you could pick them up for like $600 on eBay, but they're all gone now.
Yeah, because when I went out to, because I was like, oh, I wonder if my Neopets are worth anything. So I went out to eBay before, and like when I was looking through my thing, and I'm like, no, they're not really worth anything. Holy crap!
Yeah, if I had saw a Kachik back in the day, I think I would have picked one up. But like, I never saw a Kachik, so I never wanted one.
Jeez, mine's a Scorchio. I'm a Scorchio guy.
Oh,
It's back in the
pretty
classic day. I liked it too much. I will tell you, I played Neopets too much that like I don't know if you did restocking back then.
I knew of it. I did it like once or twice, but
Dude, me and my sister would like compete with each other in our summertime, like trying to out beat each other at the one store, like Stamp Shop and Battle Dome items. That's where I made all my money. I got to the point where, because you would get banned, like I wasn't using a robot or anything. That's how I got my money on Neopets, but you would get banned for playing too much, right? Like because they don't want the same people just getting the same thing. So I just made another account and another account just to keep restocking. That's how bad it got. That it was just like, all right, let me just keep making accounts and then I can play. Again, I wasn't cheating. I just wanted to play the game. It's like
you just wanted to be a filthy scalper.
Yeah, I wanted to be a filthy scalper. No, actually, back then I was a collector too. Like I am by nature a collector, right? That's why I have coins. That's why I want to collect bottles of alcohol. That's cards, the whole deal. Like I don't want to sell any of it. I want to
like to see you, but you want to have equity, right? It's like
yeah,
you want it to be worth something.
Exactly.
But you never want to sell it.
If the day comes where I need money, I would like to know that I can sell it, right? Like if I need it, if someone's sick, if someone needs help, that I can go and sell it. But if at all possible, if I could hold on to it, that's my real goal. Like I don't want to. Oh, if you log into Neopets, they have Neocash for free, 500. It's their whatever birthday. I logged in and they're like, "Here's some Neocash." and then you can dress up all your.
I knew about the
Neopets.
dress up. I knew
Yeah.
about the dress up.
Yeah, so there's 500 free if you log in. I logged in today, and my friend wrote me.
How?
I'm serious. This is a real story. I got into Neopets so much that like it's like any game, right? Like if you play World of Warcraft, you can talk to people and all that. Like there is someone that I got really close to. Like it was college days, so there was something that happened to her, and I went up and I drove there. Never met her. I talked to her a lot. I know those are like the crazy things that you should never do. I drove like 12 hours. We hung out. It was great. It was amazing. We still talk to this day. So it's making friends on Neopets, lifelong friends on Neopets. Yeah, she just wrote me today. So
I think I did something similar, but with like RuneScape. I still have RuneScape people I talk to, but I mean that game's like actually has a chat feature on like Neopets where it has like the board.
Yeah, you got it on the board, and then you got to Neo mail each other, and then you get real dicey if you give each other the instant messenger name. But yeah, back in the day with instant messenger. But now you have Discord, but I don't use it.
You don't use it?
No,
Don't worry,
didn't you? So my phone broke, and my story on the Discord, I said on the last live, but my phone broke. It technically still works. So what's happening is the screen, something with the screen is like detaching from it. So I have these lines going through it, and sometimes the screen will turn completely white. And on there is still Facebook and Discord. I did not put it on my new phone because with work, everybody instant messaging me and emailing me and want a response right away. And then I had Facebook and Discord, and people would write me all the time. And I'm like, shoot, this is like work. I want some moment of peace. So when I got this new phone, I didn't put those two things on there. And I'm like, my life is so much better. So every now and then, once I will look at my old phone, as long as it still works, and see that there's a message, and then I should write back to that. And that's how my messaging works in my daily life, my personal life. So you can write me on Discord, but you might not get a response right away. Email is actually the best way, which is hilarious because email takes forever. But still, like Discord works as long as this phone works. I don't know if I have any will to put it on my new phone. And like the way Facebook has been going, I mean, I use it to catch up with college people and all that, just to talk and all that. But still, outside of that, like with what's with the deal with Weiss, I'm like, I don't know. I find having that makes my life a lot better, which is pretty good. I enjoy that, and I enjoy Neopets. I like this game. They're still making improvements on it, which is nuts.
I may be sending them a message again, begging for my account because I don't have the date of birth and I don't have the original email.
Yeah, but you might have got purged by now. How many years has it been? They purged them after a while.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, they purged accounts. Like, because they moved over to, like, some other company. They got bought up by some other company, and then they got bought up by another company. So, like, they purged some of the info.
Oh, no. How do you know?
Because I had an account. Remember when I said I had an account and then another account and another account? Like, I kept making them. Then, there's this thing about having multiple accounts that's like a no-no. Like, it's just like, you're not supposed to do that. But I was like, you know what? I can still keep making accounts and keep making money because I know how to restock. So I just want to play the restocking game. And then, yeah, so that's, what is this account? All right. I'm going to move this off the screen. I want to see this. I don't know if my name is in here, so in my profile. My account is this one anyways. Is 17 years. 17 years. Holy crap. It's been a long time. My guild put me on a sabbatical. That's what it says. It says on sabbatical. That's my actual thing. Let me scroll down. Right there. Here. 17 years. 17 years of life.
That's probably about how old mine is, because I think
Mine would have been slightly longer than that had the original account not get banned.
Yeah, about 17 years, I think,
Yeah.
if I got it back, is about how old it would be.
Dang. Holy crap, you're not getting it back.
Well, no, because the last time I logged on was like 2015 or so.
2015? You could give it
But,
a
like,
shot.
I mean, I might as well send them the email. What's the worst? They don't respond like they did
Yeah,
last
I mean,
time.
how about this? They need players. This could be like a whole Weiss thing. You need players. Here's a person that wants to come back. You know, you love the game. You miss it. You thought about it. You said, you know what?
I bought their shirt.
Yeah, you got the shirt. You know about
gamer
sketch
shirt.
cards. You can show them your sketch card, and then
I don't have one. I don't have one.
just fake it. Say this is yours, and
This is
then
mine. Picture off Google.
no, you get your plushies, your $100 plushies, right?
That is true. I don't know how much they are. I just have the cheap one. The one that talks and
they're
presses its
expensive.
foot.
Like the Shadow Kugura last time I looked was like $80. I didn't even know they were like truly limited. I didn't.
Oh, the plushes.
Yeah, the plushies. I didn't know they were like really limited. I would go in there and be like, oh, that's well. I wouldn't go in there. My girlfriend would do that and then call me because I don't know, limited too.
The Fairy Kachik is $20. I definitely don't have a $100 plush.
You don't have a Shadow Kugura plushie.
Nah, I got destroyed. I like the popular one.
That's they don't have it. There's McDonald's ones that are 40, but the one I'm talking about is the full blown limited to version. And then I have a Fairy Scorchio. There's some expensive ones. I know because I looked it up. It was back when you were talking about video games because my sister took a bunch of my video games and sold them.
Oh, you're cutting out. What?
My sister took a bunch of like back then. I knew that these Neopet plushies were worth a lot because my sister was cleaning out stuff and selling. She was looking at my Neopets and then she looked at video games that I had. She sold a bunch of video games. Sold a bunch of like RPGs for like $200 some. It was nuts. They weren't graded though.
Not graded by.
Should have graded them.
What was the company that got exposed?
Started with a B. B. Something.
I don't remember.
I
don't remember.
It's been a while. But yeah, it's the plushies are worth a lot. And again,
Or the cards.
proof to the point again that as long as people like it enough and it's nostalgic enough, as long as you keep it in mint condition, it's worth something.
Don't even need to mint, dude. Like I'm looking at Scratch Neopet cards selling for $30.
Yeah, like, who wants a tag of a plushie? Is your tag still good? You got a good
I
tag?
could be wrong. I don't know. It's like something I've just had since I was a kid. As a kid, I don't think you really think too much about it, but I think it's probably got its tag on it.
Dude, I keep mine pristine. Mine are good.
Mine's in a box somewhere.
That was during the
I don't know where it
Beanie Baby times. Like that's when
It
people
was.
are like, "Oh shoot, you shouldn't mess with the tag. Get those tag protectors all over them." So this
is. Yes.
this pink Kugura is $75, 30 watchers. Jeez, 30 watchers.
Do you want to be horrified? Look up a Neopet booster box.
Does this
on
exist?
eBay. Yes.
Neopet booster box. Why is it 500? 900.
Look at sold listings. One sold for $1,500.
What? Wait, where's my soul? Here, sold. Best booster. Open. 950. What is this one? 2004 Neopets booster box. Hannah in the Ice Caves. Near mint. That's what I mean. You just like that's as long as you have something that's nostalgic enough. What is this? Neopets Return of Dr. Sloth. Unopened, $300. Someone messed up. Someone messed up there on October 18th.
Paper hands.
That is 100%. This is why you don't do auctions. You don't ever.
Never auction.
Do
Always
auctions.
just put some disgusting price.
Yeah, just
on
put
it.
a number up and someone will. Oh, maybe not. This Dr. Sloth is too. Shoot, I should be buying Dr. Sloth boxes. This thing's $271.
Oh,
What the hell, man?
Easy mark.
I could go in there. I can go in there right now, buy some. Oh, I see. Battle for Meridol. Isn't that the one? Do you know about the prizes? Do you remember the prizes for these TCG codes?
Well, you mean the specific ones? I do not know the specific
Yeah, because the
ones.
Battle for Meridol was expensive. They had weapons. Like there was some that had weapons that were really good, and I believe Battle for Meridol had a bunch of good ones. So what that actually meant was people were obviously opening a crap load of these to get the weapons to sell because they wanted Neo points. But in reality, the genius here was he kept the sealed box. He didn't need the weapon
Big
that
brain.
gave you virtual money that was not cryptocurrency. He kept it for real money in the future.
Yeah. What's hype is well I just like the cards because I think they're really funny center markers when you slap down like your foil Neopet cards and people go like, what is that?
The amazing part is you found people to play with because I did not have anybody to play with.
To
'Cause-
play with Weiss?
no, Neopet cards.
No, I no. This was like as a kid I liked buying cards. It's like in my blood. So like as a kid I owned like I didn't own a lot, but I had some. And like you said, you like to collect.
Yeah.
I'm similar. I buy Pokemon cards. I don't play Pokemon. I just buy Pokemon cards that I like. So Neopet cards being like $10. I mean, they're more now, which is weird. But like, right, I would just go buy like cards that I thought were funny.
Man, I love this game. This game. They were cool. They were nice cards. I'm gonna say it. I like them. Like I'm looking at this blue side bunny picking out like carrots from the ground.
The card art's fun, but the game it's like actually one of the worst card games I've played.
Is it? I see a bunch of numbers, and that's what I mean. I've never played it. I've only ever bought it for the codes and to look at the cards itself.
Yeah, I think that's the way most people were.
Yeah.
The game was truly. I've tried playing it recently just because it's on like tabletop sim. Um, there's like dice involved where like you attack and then you like compare stats, but then you roll a die.
What did that do? Like add?
Oh, it buffed your stats, but if you rolled a 6, it didn't matter how low your stats were, you won.
It's like Warhammer. You're like playing Warhammer.
It was like absurdly bad for some reason, and then like the games were like super long, but you know that's a super long tangent. I just think the cards are really fun, and I think it's cool that they're worth money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like as long as you pick the right thing and enough people like it, 20 years from now, which it basically was, right? 20 years later, people go back to it, and that's what I've always said. Like same thing with Weiss, right? What you're looking for is something that there's enough people out there in the world that when they look back 5, 10, 15, 20 years, when they have more money, then you have a winner. Like
Yeah,
something.
and
Like
I always something I've started using as a rule of thumb is like, don't be afraid to buy things you like.
Yeah.
Like if it's like I mean I know you said you were going to do a video on budgeting, but like if like you have the ability to like afford some of the stuff like that's like a little higher end, don't be afraid to buy it and just sit on it. Like if it's something that like brings you joy and you know it's not like it's like something you're gonna like keep for a while, don't be afraid to, because you get stuff like this where it appreciates over time because there's other people like you, but that didn't buy it back then. I mean, you also run the risk of it being like Beanie Babies and your collection being worthless. But you know, if you like it enough, you're probably not going to feel bad.
That's what I've always said with Weiss. Like why I collect it is, again, like I am not. So I'll tell you, like I have what Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering I will never sell because it has a special place in my heart from when I was young. That's, you know, like we would always hang out at the local comic book shop playing Warhammer. We got Magic the Gathering, the whole deal. Like, so for whatever reason, I buy Magic and I leave it there. Pokemon, I like, but to me, I could sell that tomorrow and not really care all that much about. Like, I'll keep one of each thing because I like the way the booster boxes and the way the Elite Trainer boxes look like. But,
No,
Flesh
those are
and
nice.
Blood, I have no problem selling. I don't own MetaZoo, but if I did, I could tell you I would sell that in a heartbeat, like without
Oh yeah.
thinking about it. That's what I mean. Those are like investments. So for me with Weiss, it's like I have too much of an attachment to the anime and stuff like that. That's why it's one of those ones where if it goes to zero, I bought it at a low enough price, and I don't mind playing it and looking at the cards that I'm not going to feel bad no matter what happens to it. So, yeah, you should buy things that make you happy and not just straight up money. And I think I
Yeah.
say that a lot, where it's like, buy this if you get stuck with it, make sure you enjoy with whatever you buy, because if it's an investment that goes wrong, you better enjoy it.
Right.
But no, with you. I wish I bought more Neopets. But I was a college kid, man. I was like trying to get some codes.
I'm surprised you were buying. Wait, Neopets college,
Yeah.
2000s.
I'm an old man.
You have to be. I'm sorry. I'm like 27.
I'm an old man.
So yeah, that's a pretty.
Yeah, no, I
big gap,
dated
think.
myself. I can't say my exact date because then someone's gonna figure me out. But yeah, that's the time period. It was good
Yeah.
times, man. I love college. College was it for me. I was one of those people that hated high school, but I totally loved college because of the freedom and being able to talk to whoever you wanted, not
Right.
being trapped at high school.
Mine was mostly like the thing I like engrossed myself in college was like card games and RuneScape.
Those are good things to go through. Mine was Diablo 2 and World of Warcraft. Those are dark days, man.
Mine was also League, but it was like halfway through college. I looked at League and I'm like, this is not healthy, and I quit forever.
Oh wow. No, I saw people like play that nonstop. I never got into it.
Yes.
I'm playing
Oh, I played
Pokemon
it.
Unite though, but I never got into League of Legends in my college days. We were playing Counter-Strike too, and StarCraft. Counter-Strike, StarCraft.
Pokemon Unite for me was it was like a pretty fast relationship. I think I quit.
Oh, you're in and out?
I got to Masters. What came out after Gardevoir? Blastoise. Blastoise had just came out, and then I just kind of quit.
See, I just started. I started a week ago because best niece in the world told me to play Pokemon Unite, and I've been playing it, so it's pretty good so far. I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I find myself playing it too long into the night, and then I'm dead tired for work. So that's not good.
Yeah, I grinded it out pretty hard to get to Master, and then I'm like, okay, game beat.
Yeah, you're done. I'm out.
and then yeah, I'm like, yep.
I hate those. Well, I like those games, but then I hate it, right? Because you get to a point where you have some people that like AFK for a little bit, and that little bit kind of screws you over. Or I hate the people that just don't even start the game.
Well, I heard
you have to
they-
hit ready
they-
or something.
I heard that they fixed a lot of the balance issues. It was so bad with like how it was balanced for a while, where because you said you started a week ago, right?
Yeah, I just started literally a week ago. Like during this whole time that I took off, I enjoyed life. Like I actually was able to work out, play games, watch movies. It was amazing. Like not making videos
Oh yeah. It's
gives me
time.
so
That's
much
like
time back.
that's kind of why Burn One barely makes videos right now. It's like we're doing other stuff right now, right? It's like because videos take time. I don't think some people appreciate
some
that
people
even
don't
a 10-minute
understand
video,
Yeah.
even a 10-minute video without editing ends up sometimes taking upwards of an hour plus to make.
You should see my market updates.
Oh, that's gotta be awful. That's got like, you got a lot of info in there, and then you do your
Hours.
little like
Freaking
you do your
hours.
you do your little like overview of the video where you, if you just like watch the first 30 seconds, like you could get like an idea of the rest.
You like that intro? I love that song. Like it
Off the
came
top of
from-
my head, I can't think. I remember it was like not, it was a pretty. This is like
I don't know how I
pretty-
found that, but it was on YouTube somewhere, and I found that. And I'm like, oh, I love that. That's the only reason why I ever even did the intro, because I found that song, and I'm like, this works perfectly. Without that song, I would have never made that intro, at all, ever.
It's definitely more effort than I feel like a lot of Weiss Schwarz people put in.
See, but that's
I'm just-
and that's what I'm gonna do with. I'm still trying it. I am you could probably figure out what I'm going to do based on what I've been doing. So when I took that week off, I didn't just watch video, like just watch movies and all that stuff. I've been learning like this whole time. The reason why I've been making videos still was because I didn't want to edit at the beginning, but I started learning like the joys of editing. Like I now have this. I still use DaVinci Resolve, but I learned because I was sitting there and I'm like, how do I animate stuff? And so I've been learning how to make a sphere, put anything on the sphere, and actually rotate it with an image on it. And I'm like, this is amazing. So I'm trying to actually do that. So like part of me making videos is really just entertainment for myself to learn
Makes
like how
sense.
to edit stuff. And then with that, I'm going to do it for a different thing. But that's only when I get time and
A thing
I
that
don't
actually
know.
makes money.
huh?
Or gets a thing that actually gets traction, right?
No,
Or you
no.
still mean Weiss?
Yeah, I don't even know. That's what I mean. Like, I like doing Weiss videos and all that, but there's only so much you can talk about, and even then, like, there's so many other things that I want to do.
Right.
Yeah, even just talking
Makes
about
sense.
anime. Like, look, we're just talking about this. That's it. I mean, this is kind of fun. So
Yeah.
we're not even talking about Weiss all that much, but no, it's. There's a lot of things that I want to do. I want to do anime-ish things. There's
Same.
food stuff that I want to do.
Food is good.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. How to drink. This dude, you should check out his YouTube channel if you've never seen it. Like the production value on this is freaking amazing. Like so all he does is make drinks. Like actually make drinks, but like he does slow motion. So when he's pouring the drink, you actually see the little droplets of like whatever he's pouring, like just splash up and ice slow motion being broken. It's amazing.
Mm.
Do you know how to saber a champagne bottle?
So now I have to out myself here in the middle of this. I don't know what the term is. I do not drink alcohol.
No, that's fine. No, because what it is like he takes a knife. Like it's one of those ones where you have a champagne glass and people like strike the top and the cork goes flying
Mm-hmm.
like that. It's a video on how to saber.
How to do that?
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, I didn't know about it. I was telling my wife about this. I watched this video, and I'm like, I want to do this. But what actually happens is, it's not the cork just popping off. Like I didn't realize this. You know, when you just see it fly off, I just thought it was the cork. But what actually happens is the top of the glass actually splits off and it flies with the cork. So it's the cork plus glass is actually shooting off into the
Just
distance.
shrapnel everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, and no, but I thought that too, but he says no, like all of it is attached. Because, you know, like then if there was tiny glass shards and you were to pour this into someone's glass, they would be drinking glass. And there'd be a lot of people dying from this thing. But then I'm like, okay, cool. So I won't die from doing this drinking wise. Like I won't do that. But the cork and the glass shoot somewhere, right? Like it's going
Right.
somewhere. Like and champagne is like all over the ground. So okay, I can't do it indoors because wife will be pissed. If I do it outside into the grass, then someone might walk into it, and even though the glass went off in one piece, I'm pretty sure it might be sharp. And someone might step in it one day, or my wife would mow over it with a lawnmower and kill me. So then if I do it into the street, some kid might walk on it and then I get sued. So I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but one day I'm gonna do it. So shorts. That's my story. You can watch Sabering. It's a good time. It's pretty cool. Even though you don't drink it, you could still pop it and look like a badass. There you are. No, I don't.
Fancy.
I didn't drink all that much, and I don't do it outside of like social settings. I had to do it for work. I was forced into it from work.
Oh, interesting.
No, because I work corporately, like, and every now and then we have to go out to the corporate headquarters.
You got to go to the fancy meetings with the
Yeah,
higher
and then you have to
ups.
go to the thing at you have to go to the bar at night, which sucked because my corporate office is in Chicago, and instead of going out and seeing all the different places in Chicago, I've been there at least like 10 plus times. And instead of going to see all the cool sights and all that stuff, they're like, oh, we're going to hang out at the bar tonight. And if you don't go to that bar thing, because it's happened on my team where the one guy doesn't drink and he doesn't come, then, they just say stuff about him the whole night because he's not there hanging out. And it's one of those ones where you just got to show up and hold your drink and drink in and all that and be a team player. So that's why I had to learn to do that. And
the corporate environment.
Yeah, no, it sucked. It's because I'm like, so you're telling me instead of going to this cool site or seeing the Bean or whatever out there in Chicago, like I gotta sit in the same bar for the entire week out of all the different times I've gone there because you just want to drink because now you're away from your home and your kids. So it's like for you to get out. I'm like, this sucks. Yeah, I never really got to see much of Chicago because of that.
Oh.
Yeah, drinking sucks. I mean, it's not bad. It gets you away from life problems if you have to. And not to say that's the healthiest way to do it. But no, there's other things in life. And, you blow a lot of money on that. That's what I mean about budgeting. Like, I will tell you, I don't know about you, but I, for the most part, eat out like one time a month. Like, I barely spend any sort of money at all. Like, all of it goes to paying off this house. Like, that's my whole goal for life right now. Because once I pay this house off, which is really soon, actually, I've owned this house for... Can I say? I guess no one's going to figure this out. I've owned this house for 6 years. I will pay this house off 6 months from now. After I pay this house off, I owe $0 to anybody in the world. That means I can do whatever I want in my life. I can quit my job and find anything I want to do because it doesn't matter anymore. I won the game. I owe nobody any money. And
yeah, that's the goal. Well, you probably want to have like enough money for repairs plus like utilities.
Oh yeah, no.
And then you can quit your job.
Oh, I'm good. Like we got this. I got this all budgeted out. But yeah, no, that's what I mean. I have it to the point where if I pay off this house, I can work at Walmart and be okay for the rest of my life. Like that's what I mean. And I don't even have to work the rest of my life, but that's how low that I need to make a year to survive. And I'm good. That's what I mean. I'm like that's why like as much as we talk about like collecting and buying, investing and all that, what I always say at the end, is like, don't buy anything that you can't afford, stick within your budgets, all that stuff. It's like, it's true because you could get caught up in buying like Quince, Hololive, Rent a Girlfriend. You can buy all these freaking sets and then blow all your money. And then like at the end of the day, if you have nothing to show for it, you'll be working forever. And some people are okay with that. Like you want to live it up, have the time now. But I think it's like you missed all your chances then with the stock market boom, crypto boom, all this other stuff that...
The scary thing about the boom is that usually booms are followed by crashes. And I'm pretty sure we're like teetering on the end.
Oh, it's coming. Like we got this inflation bomb about to happen. It's coming.
Well, the inflation's weird because then people are like, well, we'll even see a crash because the inflation's so bad. But then it's like, man, I don't know. There's something when the number goes up for too long. I told you this.
Yeah.
I'm like, definitely. Word of advice is don't like over leverage yourself in anything.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a house is good, right? Like that's a place you live and you own it then.
Yeah.
So that's good. But like, don't go buy too much Weiss. Don't go buy too many stocks. Don't go buying too much crypto. Like definitely have money set aside for yourself.
It's so important to have a budget. You need to like make sure that everything's paid for before you start buying up everything. Like I would say like Weiss is, I was doing the math on it. Weiss is like 3% of like my fund money. Like fund money, collection money, investment money, whatever you want to call it. Like 3%. It's not even remotely close to anything. Man, and that's probably rounding up. It's like 2 point something, but it's not like even
70% of what I spend money on.
Dude. But I mean, if you have it budgeted out, but like I said, I buy Magic, I got Pokemon, I got other things going on. I buy stocks. The coins I don't really do as much just because it's I have enough. I have what I want at this
Right.
point. It's you really have to have that fine balance. No one wants to like just turn around and again if Weiss goes to nothing or Pokemon not Pokemon but what's a good one that's gonna go Force of Will or something goes to the zero
that's
or not
true.
worth much, then it's going to be a sad day if you're counting on that to be worth some kind of money
Right.
and you bought the farm. Bought the farm? Maybe that's
I think
dying.
it's a game of hot potato with those games. With those games, I feel like it's just like hot potato. You're like, I hope I make money off of this, and like, nice, I made money. And the next guy's like, wow, I can't believe that guy sold it for so cheap. I hope I make money off of this.
Yeah, that's what they say about all those stocks too. GameStop, AMC, all those fun ones. Diamond hands all the way. Me and my sister joke about that because I was like, AMC, buy it. She's like, I got diamond hands, and then she sold it at 16. I'm not any better. I bought it at like 7. I sold it at 15. But now it's
Wow.
like 42. It went to like 70 ish. So
I did the opposite. I bought AMC at like 14 and then sold it like 10 because it wasn't doing anything. And then I put it into stuff that made me money. And then I saw it went to 70 and I'm like, how and why?
Those are the moments you look back and you're like, dang it. But it's learnable moments, and I think
I don't know
everybody
how
has.
organic that was. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna. I'll go out and I'll say something because this is
Yeah, do it.
my. I had it reversed immediately because I saw it, but like one of my investment apps randomly sold every stock I owned to buy GameStop at the same time GameStop started to go up. So
Wait,
I
what?
legitimately think they have
You have
they
Robin
were
Hood?
stealing. No, not Robin Hood.
Okay.
Uh, but yeah, it was basically I, along with a lot of other people, had their accounts compromised at the same time,
Oh god.
and then they used everyone's money to make the stock go up.
Holy crap.
So it's not as organic as you would think.
I didn't know that happened. I honestly didn't. I know there was that was a crazy time, and it wasn't even that long ago. But I was there for that other stuff because I did buy in the GameStop too. I got some decent thing out, but I didn't know
Nice.
people were getting broken into and having their stuff stolen and buying GameStop.
Yeah, that's what happened, and I immediately like it got reversed, thankfully. So like I didn't lose any money there. But I was like, wow, that tells me a lot when GameStop went up like $100 in an
Yeah.
hour, and it was the same hour that my entire portfolio was nuked, and then all went into GameStop at the same time.
Damn.
So don't believe everything you see either. And I mean that goes back into like the SPs, right? Like don't believe that all these SPs are infinite money.
No, they're definitely not.
Don't get caught up in the FOMO.
No. So that's what I mean, and I point that out. I know everybody was, not everybody, but there's people that are saying like all of them are going to go up, and I'm like, dude, here's Magia Record. Like it's still sitting here. You have a Yachio at $74. Like it's been out since February, and that thing's $74. And there's a decent enough of them that it's not gonna like skyrocket. So yeah, no, I said the Robinhood thing because I know I've seen before in Reddit, and I've never had this happen to me where people had contracts like calls that
Yeah, that's what it was.
yeah, that they had to sell to get to actually pay for it. So that's what I thought you were saying, but no, you got hacked into, and that was not fun. Yeah, no, the scariest thing about all this is now it's on our phone. I mean, people
Yes.
are talking about their Coinbase accounts being hacked into, but other people are saying it's like SIM swapping or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, what is going on with people? Like,
Well, the scarier thing is with like, especially with like crypto, right, versus like stocks. It was like I identified it 20 minutes or 30 minutes after it happened. I call up the company, and then an hour and a half later, I have my money back. you can't do that. You can't do that with the other stuff.
Yeah, the reason I remember sitting there at work when crypto was like a thing, like Bitcoin, like when Bitcoin hit like 600 many years ago. Like I'm talking about like 10
Right.
years ago, 12 years ago, something like that. I remember this guy from CNBC was like, I'm gonna buy crypto. I'm gonna buy Bitcoin at 600 and 800, and then he was talking like he bought at 600, and then he bought one at 800. He's talking about wallets and how you store it and stuff, and I'm like, I cannot follow you, dude. There's no way. I'm like, you have to store it correctly. You hope no one hacks it and stuff like that. No one steals it. Your hard drive doesn't crash. I was like, I cannot do that. I can't buy it because I don't understand it. And I wish I could have understood it back then or how to store it properly. But I just didn't put the time in to figure that out. And here we are. And here we are at Bitcoin 60,000. That's I will always remember that because I would just have that on during work. I'd have CNBC on and Bloomberg on, and I'd be watching all this for like different things I can invest in. And I was like, dang, I look back all these years and crap, I could have bought Bitcoin at 600, 800, but
That's how it be.
we all look back and say that. My mom actually, like, another thing that happened was if you play the lottery, my mom dreamt lottery numbers and she wrote it down, told my dad to buy it. He didn't buy it, and that would have won the $millions jackpot that we have for our state. And no, he didn't buy it. And I'm like,
Also awful.
yeah, that's awful. I mean, that's real bad. But she forgave him. I don't know. That'd be rough if you actually dreamed numbers and wrote them down and did not buy it. That's some messed up stuff. I'd have a hard time. I don't think I'd sleep for a while, especially if I could retire.
Yeah, I think that's like the kind of thing that you just remember in the back of your head forever.
You
You're
don't
just
forget.
like, wow.
Do you ever forgive that? Do you ever forgive that? Like, do you? I guess it's just money. But as I sit there working, maybe there's some hard days that I wouldn't forget that. Hard days of work that I'd just be like pissed off.
Be the random day where you're just like, do you remember? And you're like, oh no.
I had this girl. She doesn't work at the company anymore, but I mentored her, and we actually just talked this week. You know what I ask her every time I talk to her? I say, "Did you buy a lottery ticket yet?" She is a go-getter. I could tell, right? Like, for the most part, unless you're just feeling lucky or it's like your 21st birthday or something like that, 18th birthday. You don't feel really the need to gamble and all that unless you're one of those people that had a really hard day. So what I would do, I would buy a roll of scratch cards. This is not even a joke. I have a roll of scratch cards, and most people don't even know what that means.
Booster box of scratch cards.
Yeah, you get a booster box of scratch cards. That's excellent. That was amazing. It's you have a booster box of scratch cards. It's $300. And when I would have a bad day, I would just open that drawer, pull out that scratch card, and scratch it. It'd be like, please be the one that will get me out of this place. Hasn't happened. But yeah, she's one of those, got out of college 3 years ago, and she's still like bright-eyed, motivated, ready to go. So she has not bought any lottery yet. I'm waiting for that day, because if that day comes when she buys that ticket, I think I probably need an intervention, because that's the turning point in your life when you start seeing work and just don't want to work anymore.
See, I never got into lottery. I just buy packs for fun.
Yeah,
that cardboard crack. I'm just like, I don't even play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm gonna go open packs because there's a $50 card in the set. Then I go, nice, I pulled $1.
That's sad. But do you actually even sell cards? I know you keep SPs, but
it's kind of funny because unless a card is worth like over $20, I almost think it's not worth selling, because you gotta go to the post office, gotta put it in the like letter, gotta pay the postage, and you get like $5 out of it. It's like, God, I don't care about $5. I'm not in a position that I need to sell cards. However, I do occasionally sell cards.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need to like kind of need to like dust off some of my collection because I'll sometimes pick up good deals. I'm the filthy scalper almost, but like I'll sometimes pick up like good deals and like a couple months later try to sell them.
Which, I mean, to me, I think that's okay. Like, you're not blatantly like buying out all this stuff, and at the same time, it's.
No, I'll just see somebody list something I'm like, "Whoa, that's way under," and then I'll like message them and I'll be like, "I'll pick that up."
I mean, you can't do anything about it. It's like you didn't force them to put it there, and you recognize that the card has more value. So, and if not, I mean, you take the risk too. That
and half of the time I just sit on them for a while because I'm like, yeah, I can flip this now, but what if it goes up?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I asked you that question more because, there's some people that will open a pack and say this card's worth $20. And I'm like, well, what are you gonna do with it? They're not gonna keep it. And I'm like, yeah, it is worth $20. I mean, we all say it. We all look at the price and all that, but it's not $20 until like you. Right now it's $20, but you need to convert it at some point. Some of these things need to be converted because
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh's pretty cool because they have these OTS, or no, it's the Lost Art promos. If you don't know about Yu-Gi-Oh, they have reprints of cards that have been censored in the past due to being like sexually explicit, having religious icons.
Yeah.
And so some of those are worth money, and like they're handed to you in like a sealed pack, and you can only get it by spending $30 or more at your local game store. So you spend $30, you get a $15 to $20 card for free. There was a period of time they had Dark Magician Girls.
Uh-huh.
If your store was not disgusting, I don't know how to feel about store owners that do this, but if your store owner didn't steal them, you would spend $30 on Yu-Gi-Oh! And you would get a $70 card for free.
Dang.
And I did that because my Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene died, and I literally got like 12 of these, and I sold all but 3, and I was literally just making like $40 for every 30 I spent. But I'm sitting on a ton of these because I like opening product, and if I can get guaranteed like 15 to 20 back by spending 30, then it's just like I'm spending $5.
Yeah, no, it's value, and
and then I just put them in the corner, and I'm like, these have been $15, a lot of them for years at this point. And like, if I just hold them like 10 years down the line, these might be like 50.
Yeah. No, I mean, very little money, capital invested for potential back. I mean, that's awesome. I would do it. I mean, it makes sense. Why wouldn't anybody?
Yeah. So I like doing that. I'm sitting on a ton of these lost arts. It's kind of funny because I think I went through them and I was like, oh, this tells me how much I've spent. And oh shoot, that's a lot of money.
It is, but it's good times. And no, I mean, like, again, you saw something that it made sense. And that's how Weiss was, right? Like, when you think about people making play sets and selling SPs and all that stuff, it's that...
Play sets were like work in to get money out. And for the longest time, they were profitable, but not a ton.
Yeah. No, I would do it. I'm not at the point where I've opened so much product that it's not fun. Like, when people, like, again, like, if you had to build like 20 of these things or 10 of these things or maybe even 5 of them, maybe it's not as fun. But for me, if someone handed me a case of Weiss, I would make that play set no problem, because to me it's just, I'm watching TV anyways, and it's kind of fun just to open. That's what I mean. I'm like, it really puts in the context on like how much you've actually done. Like, I could right now, if I had, I'm not saying if I had a store, but if I had 2 cases, I could find enough people that would just want to do it to open for fun and would build the play set for me. Like, right. I wouldn't need employees or anything. I'd be like, hey, you want to open these cards and all that and just organize? And I could find people that just want to do that for fun. Like, just not to say that a store can exist by doing that, but...
Oh, definitely not. Like, no. I know what you mean. Like, a store's like a lot different.
Yeah, it's a lot different.
I'm going really hard on RWBY. And I've got some friends that are willing to help for like...
Yeah.
And yeah.
See, and that's cool. That's what I mean. Like there's enough people that just want to open it for the sake of opening it, for the fun and helping out. So
I think they're gonna regret it pretty fast with as much as I bought.
really that much? Holy crap!
Uh, yeah, I don't know how. Some of it is gonna be a lot less painful than others, but like I bought 6 cases.
That's not bad.
That's a lot of product.
It is a lot of product because
Cases are not fast to open.
I've helped my sister open other games before, and we were here for a while. Like it was a while.
Other games are fun though. Like I don't know, Weiss is kind of boring because you get the guaranteed ratios. Other than the SP, like the thrill of hitting the SP is always good.
That's
but like
that's what I mean.
double
That was a little sad. I really wish you could give it guaranteed, but it doesn't have to be guaranteed like there's a max. There should be a variation where I can get an extra SP or something. I don't know, but like that's what I hate about it because even when I opened it with my wife, like she had no idea what I was talking about, but I'm like, well, these packs are done, so we're gonna stop here because we pulled up all the double rares. We got, I forget what I got, like an SR and then a KR, and I'm like, well, we're done. That's it.
Yeah, this case is done, dead.
Yeah, it's like it's over. So and that's what I hate about it too. Like there is no surprise that could possibly be in there, and it's just over. There should be. It shouldn't just kind of end that way. And that's what I mean. Like what made me laugh about the whole switch to the Japanese style ones coming up for Rent a Girlfriend is like it's still the same. There's still that guaranteed drop.
It's
still, in a way.
The difference is I think there's like less bulk cards. I think it's like you get more high rarity cards.
Yeah, but you're still like locked into a certain amount.
There's less cards that go in the garbage can at the end of the day.
Because some people, when they initially read that, thought, "Oh, cool, maybe I can get 2 or 3 SPs and stuff." No, that's not what's happening here.
What I hate is the English boxes, like in the old Japanese boxes, right now are great for storage, and I think they look nice. I don't like the flat boxes like Yu-Gi-Oh has and that Weiss is getting.
I like the look, but I know about the storage because what I do is I rip off the one part and I can actually hold it. Yeah, it stores pretty nicely because I put them in drawers. I know what you mean. Like the flat boxes aren't going to do it when it comes to that. I like the look of flat boxes. Utility-wise, I like the English one.
The tall box, yeah.
Yeah, but though I do like the way quintessential quintuplets English looks versus the Japanese one. I like that. Hey, by the way, I know we were talking about not to segue even further, but try.
It's been so far
I don't even know where we're at. We're at like 2.5 hours. So this is how we had 3 things written down, and that's what I mean. I
don't think we touched them. We barely touched them. You said you like Weiss because you like anime.
Yeah, I like anime.
So that was the end of that.
Yeah, that was it.
And then I said cereals look like garbage.
What do you think happened with Data Bullet surprise set? Did you hear about how they said there was some kind of production issue?
I did not. I don't actually know. I haven't been paying attention because the set doesn't. I know you said you like Data Live. I told you.
I love that.
I personally like a lot of older stuff, so I actually haven't cared for a lot of the Weiss stuff come out.
Weiss Schwarz base.
Data Live I only cared about because it was good, and I didn't, so I haven't been paying attention to Data Bullet because I've heard it doesn't really bring a lot to the table. But I didn't know about any production. I know there's can you really blame anyone for anything being delayed right now with the? It's crazy, right?
You can't. You can't. And if
do you buy stuff from Japan or overseas?
No.
Okay, I do. Shipping is tripled in price. It's ungodly. The bills that I get for shipping right now whenever I buy stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was talking to my eye doctor about it. Yeah, it's kind of a weird topic. Me and my eye doctor were just like he finished me up. And we were just talking about like everything going on because he said he was gonna go to Disney, and I was saying about airplanes, and then we got onto the whole thing about shipping, and I'm like, as those ships are sitting out there, right? Like I don't imagine those ships actually thought they're gonna be like at sea for as long as they are, and I'm like, well, who's gonna pay for that?
Well,
Like,
I hear there's like a lot of really weird stuff going into that situation with there's like people not wanting to drive, and then like the way that truckers are paid is like really, it's not conductive to going to the ports because you have to sit and like wait for your thing to be loaded up, and then a lot of the ports that are being constrained, it's like they don't have enough trucks, and like they won't let older trucks in because I think it's like a lot of the ports that are backed up are in California, and they're
oh,
like
geez.
if your truck is like after 2012 or before 2012 or something like that, like your truck doesn't meet their standards, so you're not allowed to go in there with old trucks.
Man, California.
So there's like all kinds of weird stuff because I can tell you right now when I pay 3 times the old
Yeah.
price, I get my package in like 2 days. So it I think a lot of the slowdown is just like a mixture of like these ports, and people like, right, it's like, oh yeah, we can unload it for you, but because of all of our shortages, it's going to cost you like 4 times the price.
Yeah, so that explains it. You're the guy. It's
Well,
gonna be pushed off to the. I didn't. That's what I mean. I'm like, I wonder where it's
yeah,
gonna show up money wise, because someone's paying. Someone's definitely paying. Cause these, it's gonna take forever to get.
yeah, it's kind of crazy though, and it's like I don't, when stuff gets delayed right now, I'm just like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's nothing anybody can do about it. We just gotta live with it. Like
And
this
there's like,
this this is the Weiss Schwarz for quintessential quintuplets. Due to global surges in shipping demands this holiday season, some stores may face delays in receiving their orders of quintessential set and booster pack the quintessential quintuplets. You may approach your local card shops for updates on product availability. So that was quintessential quintuplets. And then here was the day before was the data bullet. So here is what it says. Surprise set data bullet will be delayed until further notice due to a production error. We apologize and seek your understanding with regards to these delays. They don't tell you what happened, but
we basically know, right?
what? I don't know. I'm like, I don't like what would be the production error unless,
For the data bullet.
yeah,
Well, isn't there like specific stuff in that? There's like the promo card.
yep. There's
It's
sleeves, deck separator, and a bonus shiny PR card.
Yeah. So there's like something somewhere got held up. I mean, there's so many random manufacturing. I don't know. Like you said, you didn't buy so, and you said you're older too, so you're probably not into like the fig collecting, the figurine collecting. It's the worst thing an anime fan could go down.
Oh, I did buy them back in like when I went to those anime conventions. I did those blind boxes and stuff like that.
Right.
But I don't like them because over time, if you don't store them properly, they die and not die, but they crumble if you get like a not so good one, and then you have to have the storage for it and all that. And I'm like, nah, forget it. Like
Gotta
I
have.
like figures, but I don't, with the way my wife made me put stuff in the bins, I don't got the
Yeah.
space.
They'd be gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. The figurine, because like it's becoming an anime fan is hard. Sometimes you spend a lot of money on garbage. Uh, the figurine market is unbelievable right now. Where like stuff is just now coming out that was supposed to come out in like October of last year. Where like COVID, shut down the factories, and then they had to get everything out, and then your stuff got moved back, and then your stuff got moved back again, and then there's shipping delays all of a sudden, and so it moves back again, and you're just like stuff isn't coming out. I'm surprised that Weiss product has been coming out as consistently as it has.
Yeah,
and
it's
like
actually been
Pokemon.
pretty deep. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, how are they still
Well, I think it's just because
coming?
it's cardboard, so it's like easier. Because I can tell you right now, a lot of like the other stuff, it struggles to come out on time.
Uh,
Uh, weird times, you know.
yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, I wonder, is it the bonus shiny card that got messed up, PR card, and if they accidentally slip one of those in there, and you get a messed up bonus shiny card.
Or
I
the
don't know.
deck
Like,
box.
who knows? It could be the box. It could be the deck separator. It could be sleeves. It could be something. But that
Oh
off
yeah.
chance, because we totally segued because I was gonna say like so trial. You said you're buying a whole
I'm buying
supply.
so much Ruby.
No, because what I want to see, like, this is definitely an experiment that hopefully you can do. Remember how, so supply sets, as you know, for anybody that doesn't know, 5 booster packs. The surprise set's not getting any booster packs, but the normal English releases have these supply sets and they have 5 booster packs in it. Right?
Correct.
So the thing is, we knew there was a guaranteed drop rate for cases. Even booster boxes have like pretty much you can figure out what's going to be in there. You know there's going to be some boxes with like a SR or triple rare or whatever. But with a supply set, you get 5 booster packs. And that really doesn't mean anything when you open one supply set. But if
Now,
you open a whole case of supply sets, that would be interesting. I
so
mean,
I'm told, um, from people I've asked, which I'm not 100% sure on,
mhm.
because like who's out there buying 16 of these,
Yeah.
which is a case, by the way, 16 of them. Uh, lines up perfectly with a playset of the promo, which is why I did it. Because they have the 4 promos,
Right.
one of each. Um, I'm told there's one SP in a case.
Let me hold on. Let me put this up. I want to open my menu. Yeah, to bring up the good old calculator. So we got
It's 4 boxes worth of packs.
4 boxes of packs, and you get one SP. But how much?
But it is. I
It's
think
like
they're like,
$30 on average.
yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
That's what people will pay.
480. That's not worth it.
No, it's
480 when you
not.
can buy a total case, one SP.
It's just it's the idea is you get the sleeves in the deck box, but these promos that's like something different in
It is.
the
That's
meta,
what
right?
makes it's nice, and that's what I mean. I'm like, it's very nice that they went the route of
No,
throwing something extra into the supply case if they're
no,
trying to
it's
move it.
not.
If you're trying to move it, for them it is.
No, no. So the problem with it is I don't. Bushiroad is not benign with their promos, right? It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon where they're like the promo is a card in the booster pack. It's this promo you can only get in this product. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, it's playable and you need it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, it's nice for them because you're forced into this.
And well, the problem is that you don't get to know what that promo is
Yeah.
until after pre-orders are closed, and they're like, "We're never printing it again." And suddenly you're like, "You got to buy the supply
Okay.
sets because they have a $400 promo that you have to play." Like, just exaggerating.
That's
But
the
they have like
gamble. I know. I'm like, because like my video on this was, and like I don't have the time to do it anyways, so I might as well just say it is like, like, are these really worth it? Like, do you think, like, the old supply sets? I don't think were worth it. Like, if you were going to resell, like, you
so.
could
Yeah,
make money, but it takes a while, right? Like, where you could have just held a booster box or something, because there's only so many people that want sleeve deck boxes and 5 booster packs. Um, at least the very least with these, you have the PR, which could add something. I hate the data bullet one because there's no packs in it.
right.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
Well,
But the
I
Ruby one with this is gonna make it really interesting, like how it is,
supply
like you said, if it's gonna be
so,
good cards.
supply sets are kind of cool because like I'd always pick one up because you get the deck box.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty nice deck box. It's not like the best, but it's a bigger one. I believe it has like the Velcro on it. It's not like the ones with the cheap little flap.
Right.
And so it's like not bad. And then you've got the sleeves, which are always nice. Or you get like the character sleeves that are cheaper, but
I like the RWBY one. That one looks cool.
I do like but after the Pokemon Elite Trainer boxes though, I really like those sleeves because they're the ones that don't like split on themselves.
Yeah, they're nice. I like the boxes too, like the Elite Trainer boxes themselves.
They're really good storage.
Yep. And if you ever wanted to send Weiss stuff, because someone did it to me, some store actually did it. They threw a booster box into an Elite Trainer box and they just taped it and shoved it into a mailer, a bubble
it's so
mailer.
hard.
And it works because that Elite Trainer box is like hard.
Yeah.
It won't. Anyways, there you go.
Well, yeah, no, they're good. But yeah, I don't know. Ever since they moved away from Meister sets, like because Meister sets were like 50 retail, 50, 55, and you got the playmat and you got the big box. The supply set feels a lot worse. I don't know.
No, I'm with you. Like I don't. That's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, I get. That's what it, like who, because you're gonna open whatever amount of these, like 16 of these things, and it's like unless you have a plan, like maybe you have people and all this that you're gonna sell to, it's like just a common person, like a commoner like me, like that doesn't know anybody. Like if I open the whole 16 of these things, I'm gonna be like, I don't know what to do with all these deck cases.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, what I did is I sold playsets to people, right? Because I said I'm gonna go hard on RWBY. I'm willing to sell playsets to people, and so I got my playsets in, and I was like, man, playset prices right now are like people are unbelievable. They're like suiciding their own money for no reason.
oh yeah, no, I was like, holy crap.
And I'm like, okay, guys, look, I can't match these people, but I can throw in deck box and sleeves. So I threw that in. I used it as like, like, hey,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
buying these.
I think that's awesome.
But like who's out there buying this many of these, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hoping those cards aren't playable. I'm actually hoping because I think it's rough for people who are trying to play the game when they get like gate kept by some horrible promo like Cardcaptor Soccer and the Drop Searcher.
You mean like double rare pluses for Quince?
No.
No, even
do you
more?
Do you know the Cardcaptor Soccer?
No, I wasn't
okay,
around for that. My sister is pissed because she didn't get it.
So it was free by going to a regional, which is, I'm really confused about this because that means there's probably like 2,000 to 3,000 of these in circulation, right? And it's just a standard profile, like that's not in the booster for some reason, and that card is like $120.
Holy crap!
And you could only get it by going to a regional. It was in the booster. It's not special. It doesn't do anything. It's just something that provides utility that the set doesn't have. And because of that, it's just randomly super expensive. And it's like, I don't like that. Like, I'd rather we not have that.
Yeah.
Because I want to see this game get bigger, right? That's like my entire goal. I want to see more people play, bigger events, more people buying, more people collecting. That's good.
I'm
when
right
you
there
start
with you.
getting, when you go, I want to play RWBY, but the RWBY card that makes my deck good is ungodly expensive for the dumbest reason. For literally the dumbest reason possible.
Well, yeah, because you can only get one of them in a supply set.
You get one of 4.
Yep, 1 of 4.
You got to buy 4 supply sets, and it's like you had to pre-order it before. It doesn't look good, right? It doesn't look good.
Well, it all depends because, well, I mean by that is like I'm looking at the 7 Deadly Sins supply set out there. It depends on if people learn their lesson on if they're going to buy 1 million of these things and try to sell it. Because they're $24 on TCG Play right now.
But it's because like supply sets came with nothing, so why would anyone buy them? But like if they come with something, they're gone, right?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. I'm like, the promo thing is a good way for them to sell more. Now, like, is it good for the customer? I don't know. Like, I don't think so because I wouldn't want to have to buy, let's say, 6 of them to get one of each. You know, just the whole randomness of it. Like, I don't imagine I reach my hand into a box, pull out 4, and I get one of each. Like, that is never going to happen. Never will happen. Like, it's
That's
bad.
true.
But
But like,
because then it's like, what do I do with like just me personally? What do I do with these deck boxes? And if I actually need to have maybe 4 of Ruby, like good luck to me on that one, trying to pull 4 out of 16 from said case.
yeah. Well, I believe a case. Weiss has consistently been like, it's not really random when you get into large quantities.
Oh yeah, but like, you know, if like the Ruby promo is like the best one out of there, like
I highly
yeah,
suspect a case has 4 of each.
yeah, no, it should. I mean, like the quintessential set, there better be one of each girl in the quintessential like case, quintessential set case, or that's going to
Holy.
be a nightmare. Because again, you bought like a bunch of trial decks for no reason if you got
Right.
2 Mikus, unless you like Miku like me, but it's you're gonna have a bad day.
Right.
Yeah, but that I don't know. I feel like they won't. It won't be that way. Like you'll be good with Ruby, like the supply set. You don't have to worry because it's
Oh,
a shiny PR, right? So I'm gonna hope those PRs are in the other ones, just not the shiny version of them. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I do know that like they've been trying to push playable, like more playable promos and stuff.
They have, yeah,
So it might be.
like that. Where is that Kaguya promo?
Kaguya promo. The
Uh,
blank face one?
let's see. Full Sprint Kaguya. It is
Oh, are you talking
Brainstorm.
about the brainstorm?
Yep,
Okay.
there it is. $23. So I remember it started out like in the 40s, or some ridiculous number, and then
I
it,
mean, you don't get that many of it in a case is the problem. But then the
yeah,
Kaguya got over open. It's like we said earlier,
20,
right?
23.
There's more investors at the moment than there are players. So even the expensive cards right now are cheap, which is good.
Yeah,
It's good when you get people in and you're like, hey, you can buy the meta deck for like $100.
that's what's great, and that's. I said it before. I said it. I'll say it again. It's like I had never imagined in my life that I would drop so much money on certain things. Like where, like I had this whole thing about not buying a PlayStation 3 because it was $300 or PlayStation 4 for $400 just because it was a lot of money. And then people just, I'm buying booster boxes, people buying play sets. It's nuts, like how much it actually is.
Yeah. I mean, I was the same way for a while, and then like as I got more invested in the game, right? Because like I know you're a collector and you're collecting on the side, and it's like this is like one of many things that you collect.
Yeah.
But like as I got more entrenched in the community, I started picking stuff up, and then I started seeing a lot, like some stuff that I picked up like go up in value like crazy, and so you go, wait, why would I not just pick stuff up at this point,
Right. Especially
Um,
at the low
Oh
end
my
when
god!
you can first
And
pick it
it
up.
worked out pretty well for me. I'm sitting on some pretty I got a pretty good collection. I might do a collection video one day, just
Yeah, I'd
because
want to see it.
It's the easiest content.
It
I don't
is.
have to do anything. I don't even
No,
have to like.
you just show it. You get some good lighting. You get a nice camera, and then you're good.
Yeah. Unlike the other content, and probably gets more views than what we currently do.
Like,
Burn ones out there, and
it'll be the less controversial of videos. At
ooh,
least
yeah.
there's nothing unless you have something slabbed, then you might have a problem.
No slab. I mean, it might hurt you a little bit because I'll pull out some decks and you'll be like, "Oh God, that's money," and I'll be like, "This is I."
No,
riff off of this."
I have a fair amount of respect for that. I'm more risk adverse. It hurts my soul to see if it actually gets damaged, but I think it's really cool when you actually use it.
Like I said, dude, you get the sleeve, you get the big Z, and then you put them on top, and then your card is like basically slabbed, but in the sleeve. And you'd have to do something pretty egregious to damage it, I think.
can't do it. Like, I
Need
can't.
to- if you want to, Weiss allows triple sleeving. You could even put you could get a perfect fit, anime sleeve, big Z, triple sleeved. Card's never going to get damaged.
Yeah, no, I can't do it. I just can't imagine redoing it. Like it's not possible. I can't. If I was a millionaire, maybe. Not there yet in my life. But I will
feels like a
leave. I will
sin.
live vicariously through all of you that play with you. No, because I do. I think it's awesome. I don't care what people. Well, as long as you don't destroy your card. I
Yeah.
don't mind what people do with their cards because it's your cards, and I think it's cool. Like if you want to put it on in a case, you want to slab it up, you want to play with it. You know what? Like that's what these cards are for. Like it's a collectible card game. Some people are
I
gonna play with it. Some people are gonna just look at it. And,
I will admit,
cool.
for a while, I played with the regional Yukina pants.
What? What?
I played with back then they were like 300, and
Yeah,
I'm like,
see,
yeah,
that's what I mean. It's a different perspective.
And then like I think it's like when they started hitting like 1,000, I took them out of the deck. I was like, okay, maybe we don't play with these.
And that was my point. See, you get it? It's like, yeah, like if it was 10 grand or 1,000, whatever, like there's a number where you start second guessing yourself. Like, is this really the smartest thing to do with it? But maybe back then it wasn't
No.
that number, right? Because they were.
No, there are some players. I won't say names.
I heard about a
People
Bang
who-
Dream one.
There's a Bang Dream player who like has max rarity 4 Yukinas, 4 Kokoro. Like it's
That's
all
insane.
SSPs.
That's insane.
Even back then, it's like these cards were like 15 to 2K a piece.
Oh crap! Yeah, no.
And you just like look at that and you're like, holy, that is, yeah.
See, I'd love to see that. Well, I mean, like, I don't mind a person doing. I think that's pretty cool because
I look at that and I'm
Yeah.
like, that's intense.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
cool, but I wouldn't do that. That's that's a lot.
And that's what I mean. I couldn't do it. Like if you would like if I pulled out Magia Record mobile, again, like some of those are $70. Yeah, whatever. Like, feel free. And I think it still looks cool. I'm not saying the price of it. I'm like, I could see myself play those, just because they're like lower in value. Again, there's like a number. Like I can't imagine myself
is
playing
the
with a
number?
$500 card.
Oh, 500?
No way.
A
Not doing
lot
that.
of the SPs I have, like I don't know, like the most expensive ones usually top out at like 300, if that. Because like I have, I'm like known for having max rarity mob now. Because I like mob a lot, so I've got the I'm Terribles.
Oh, you got the. Oh, I think that card is hilarious.
I like it a lot. I don't like the kanji one. I like the I'm Terrible one.
Yeah, I like the I'm terrible. It's just
So-
hilarious staring at that thing.
Yeah, so I've got that. 4 of them, of course. As a player, you can't just buy one. But yeah, I don't really know of any cards that I put in. I took most of the cards that were worth more than that out of decks and just like put them away. So I guess there is like a dollar amount that I do feel uncomfortable playing, except for I have one Bang Dream SSP. That it just looks so nice. I can't not play it.
I really wish I was around for those Bang Dream ones. I would have been all about it.
It's the Kokoro, the with the megaphone.
I love Kokoro.
That yeah, I like Hello Happy World too. And it's when I saw that one, I was like, man, I really want to get it. And then on my case, I pulled the Ron, and the Ron was like over 2/3 of my case cost alone.
Jeez, it's cool when that happens though.
So I was super hyped, and then I just immediately took the money and bought the Kokoro. And instead, because the Kokoro was a little bit less, and now it's a lot more. I don't actually know. How much are Bang Dream SSPs worth? You don't see them move. You never see them listed.
I'm gonna just click them all. There's so many.
They don't sell. They're not on TCG Player. They don't exist.
Yeah, there's not many. A lot of them are sold out. I mean, there's some that are here, but there's some that are just not here at all. And then I have to hit SSP. I was looking at the SP. Okay. Currently out.
Yeah, none of them hit TCG player, I don't think.
Nope.
It's like, isn't that the worst thing right now about the market too? Is like these low supply items. Like, how do you even know what they're worth? It's scary selling a Weiss card right now.
Yeah, because it's like, and that's what I mean. Like, I know people get ticked off at like the higher, like, but you know, again, if I had a Arisa and the SSP and I threw it up, I'm not putting it there for 1,000 because no one else has it, and at the same time, I don't want to sell it too low. So I'd rather be on the high side and
work down.
Yeah, work down than go up. So that's what I mean. It's just
because I don't know if you have this, but like there's times that I've listed cards that I'm not 100% sure on the price, and then you get somebody like instantly, and you're like, have I messed up?
Yep, yep, you did. You did. I remember JK. I don't know if you listened to that JK TCG when he was leaving. Like his,
I listened to a bit of it, yeah.
Yeah. Remember how he said he did it? Like, they would they would put it up, and then depending on how fast and stuff they sold it, they knew that it was under where it should have been just by like how fast it would go and all that. So, like, and if you only have one SSP, like, do you want to really be wrong on that? I wouldn't.
Right.
Like, again, people like get ticked off at the prices, but it's like, if I had this Mocha, like, because I just scrolled to it, our music Mocha, and no one else got this thing, I'd be pricing this thing at $5,000. And I know that's crazy, but there's no one else to say it. So then maybe I wait a month and then I drop it to, like 4,500. Just work my way down. But I wouldn't want to put it up for $2,000 and someone instantly buy it and then puts it up for 3 or something like that. That would be awful. I would not want to do that.
Man,
plus,
hearing $3,000 for a card that came out of a booster is a little absurd.
It is, but
I guess it's like, but like, how much are those worth, right? That is like the scary thing. You don't really know. If I had to wager a guess, I'm guessing most SSPs are probably in the $600 range, if that.
Really?
For
these?
Well, because there's so many, nobody cares. Like certain ones, like Mocha, like the level 3 from the first set. Like, I think there's like certain ones that are worth money that you could like reasonably probably expect to get over 1,000 on. And then I think the rest is just, I don't think there's anyone out there buying it.
I could say, like, if some of these showed up at 600, like even some obscure characters, I would buy it. But I couldn't tell anybody I'd buy it because then you know who I am. So I would buy it and not tell you that I bought it. But yeah, no, there's some that would show up here if they appeared for 600 and I see it, they would be gone. But I don't check this all that often. That's the hard part, right? Like, there's nothing here that gives you like an alert.
Well, they never listed is the thing. Like, I don't think SSPs. I think there's like super low supply and they kind of got to their hands at this point already.
That's what I mean. So like for 600, I don't know if those people would even sell it for 600 because
they're. But I don't think. But just like I think they're already in the hands that they would be in, I think that there's like very few people that would be willing to spend like those prices on a lot of them because there's so many SP.
But that's what I mean.
That's in every case.
That's how they're worth so much because they're in people's hands that wouldn't sell it for 600, and the people that really, really want it because they're so obscure would probably be willing to pay more for it. It's one of those ones where it's like, how bad do you want it, and how bad do you want to sell it?
Yeah, but then, like, you see, it's so weird to think about this because it's like, who's out there wanting specifically that SSP? That SSP that's not playable, that the girl's already got 5 other SSPs, and, like, there's not a whole lot of competition for them, I don't think.
Collector. Straight up collector, like, niche, whatever character that wants that person. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Like,
I don't know. It is weird to think about because the SSPs are probably so low supply.
Yeah, there's like all you gotta do is slap a serial number on there, and bam, you got.
Serial number thing's absurd. I can't even believe the prices I've seen with that. I'm just like, wow.
I knew they were gonna be high. I did not think that Asuna would be 10 grand. Like so early, like instantly. Uh, that threw me off. I knew they were gonna be worth tons of money, just because you slap a number on something, you get instant rate. But my thing with the 10,000 is, it's not. It's because this thing isn't a home run. Like it doesn't have the sign on it. If you put a sign and a serial number on there, then maybe I could. I still wouldn't pay. Like me personally, me would not buy that ever, even if I had millions of dollars for $10,000.
Right.
Like I would not do that. But like this is an SP without a signature that has a serial number on it. That's why I'm like, really, you want to pay 10 grand for that? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'd rather spend the 10,000 on something else. But like that's what I mean. It's not a home run. If it had the signature and serial, fine. Then maybe 10 grand. I don't know. But having just one part of it, I don't think it's worth 10,000.
Right.
Uh, yeah. No. For me, like 600. I bet if you threw up a 600 decent character Bang Dream, doesn't have to be super playable. It'll be bought.
Well, I'll throw this out there. I put up the I guess I didn't do TCG player, but I pulled the Lisa recently. Lisa from Volume 2. And I put that up for 1,500 to get feelers, and I got 0 messages. I'm just going to be honest.
Oh, did you put it on Facebook?
I put it up on Facebook in the groups, yeah.
Okay.
So I know that's at least high.
You need someone to pump it for you.
Need to pump it, yeah.
No,
10,000 PMs only, comments turned off, marked if sold a day later, sell it a month later for 12,000.
You're not doing it like every stock does. You need that good old P&D. We need to get that hype out there. No, but seriously, yeah, it's like there's a number. That's what I mean. 600. I feel like if you just threw that out there for 600, right? Like, I think some of these get bought.
Man,
yeah, 1,500. Yeah, I don't know. Man, look at this tie card.
The problem. So I guess you're right. The collector doesn't care, but like, man, those cards are just like a lot of those are unplayable.
Oh yeah, no. That's what I mean. I just that's why I would never, as much as I love Bang Dream, would never recommend Bang Dream. I just can't do it unless you're gonna pick up the Morphonica. Like at least you have a starting point of something with a trial deck and all that. I know you can buy the older sets, but I just wouldn't start with Bang Dream. You're going down a giant hole, that there's other ones where it's, not a hole.
Yeah, you could just go buy a new set. It's like when people would complain about Fate being expensive. I'm like, why would you buy this thing that has 5 boosters when this new set Kaguya comes out and it has 1 booster?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, just go buy Kaguya. I'm on this page with like Rent a Girlfriend and Bang Dream and you buy Mishoku. You buy that one. Let me scroll up a little bit. You buy that one.
Yeah.
Just there's other ones out there, and I get it. I just remember that. Do you remember? And I know this wasn't too long ago. Like when Data Live first came out, and all the anger and like just the craziness that happened around that time.
I was like confused about it, and I was like almost wanting to do a video because before Data Live, before Rudy's video, this game did not have a secondary market.
Yeah, no, it didn't.
It did not have a TCG. I mean, it had TCG player, but it was not like stocked by average people. It was not like a thing that. It was like almost like. Okay, man, I don't want to get canceled over here. Strictly, at the time, it felt like there was what is the name of the store? It was like something TCG like. I want to say Darwin's, but I'm not sure it was Darwin's. But there's like a TCG store, and then there was Strictly Broken, and there was JK. And JK would like price things. He would like kind of make it where like there was like a slight value in a case. Like if you opened a case, you would plus after sorting, but you wouldn't like super plus, right?
Yeah.
And then stuff would sell out, and people would still use that as a price guide, which I always thought was absurd. That people would use that as a price guide. But what's cool is if a set came out, JK prices would like maintain this like level of false value. Like it wasn't real value, right? Because like nobody was buying at these prices. But like if you tried to sell, you could like go like, oh, JK minus 10%, and you get like way more than you would on TCG Player today.
Yeah.
And but like it kind of like kept the it kind of like artificially kept like SPs in like a weird spot where like you couldn't really buy them for this price, but people weren't really charging too much over it, right? And then when JK dies, we lost that, and when I saw day-to-day life prices, I was scared that it was going to be like strictly was going to. I have nothing against UA. I've talked to him a bit, hung out with him a bit. I have nothing against him or his store, but I was still a little afraid that like you would have this monopoly going on, and that like this small community would be extorted for a while by like the one store that remained.
Right.
And then immediately the backpack sellers came in and playsets were $0. But at the moment I was a little spooked because you know our game is small. It's small, and honestly the investor craze has probably helped more than anything. It's given us a TCG player, you know, presence. And it's there are sellers. Previously, there weren't sellers. There's like nobody.
Yeah. I know what you meant. It was the transition from, because people are like, who do you use now? It was like they're like Strictly Broken, and then it just like there was somebody else. I know you were saying there was somebody else that was trying to.
There was a
do,
couple
like,
that would like pop up.
Yeah, it just didn't hold on long, and then it just quickly transitioned over to TCG Player, and that's what JK TCG also said. I know his name, I'm just not saying his name, but was saying that, you know, like one of his reasons for existing doesn't have to be since people can now use TCG Player a little bit more. Obviously, it was a little shaky at first because prices were everywhere, but it's found its way. It's not exactly right, but it's close.
I mean, to be honest, like JK was like artificially keeping some things up and some things down. And it was kind of weird that this like website that barely functioned. Oh, Kerwin's Game Store. There we go. That was the one I was thinking of. Oh, that's one of the ones I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the I still never really sorted out my feelings about the entire thing with JK, because I do think it's like they were keeping it down. They were like, you know, like SPs probably should have been more expensive, definitely, when we had this boom.
I was honestly surprised that people used it as much as they not saying anything against the store, but using it in that way. Like you said, like the SPs, when I looked at those prices, I'm like, man, these SPs aren't where they should be. And I know because I bought some from JK TCG, because I'm like, these things shouldn't be what they're priced at. So I bought some, again, for me personally, not to resell. I have never sold an SP in my life and don't intend to ever.
I felt like they were man, you're like you thought they should have been more expensive. I at times was like, man, especially when I was like trying to get my Disgaea cards, I was offering people 50% of JK.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't look at some of those. Like, you know, there was more recent ones that I bought from them. I didn't go the whole way back.
Yeah, I think it goes like it all came down to like I think they were doing it based off of EV. Like a lot of their pricing was based off of EV plus demand.
Yep.
So you got like, I don't know, this weird collector. This collector surge is like the biggest thing, right? Because
that's what I mean. This year's been nuts. Like to see where we came from. That's where I was going with that. To see where we came from March till today. Like what everybody was saying back then. Like this is the end of Weiss prices. Blah blah blah. JK's gone. We're screwed. To like where we are now. Like we survived it. It was a rough go.
I think it's funny because some people, the same people that were like, I hate English because, like the prices are too high and like stuff like that because like, you know, are now like English Weiss is awful because the prices are too low and why would you ever buy from them? And I'm like, which one is it?
Yeah. No, that's what I meant about reprints too. It's like you wanted reprints, right? This is what you wanted. You said people weren't gonna play this game because, and again, Nazarick isn't my first pick of reprints, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Bunny girl.
But yeah, see, like there's infinite amount of others that you get to pick. But you wanted reprints, here you go. Here you go.
Bushiroad goes, we are reprinting Bunny Girl TDs.
Yeah. It's always what you always wanted to. Do you ever want to record somebody in life and then just play it back one day and be like, look, this is what you said. This is what you wanted, right? Here you go. I play it back. You of 3 years ago, you of 8 months ago told me you wanted reprints. Here it is.
Oh, man.
There it is. Yeah. So that's what you get. This is
past me looking at SPs and be like, yeah, I'll just pick those up later.
I said that about Usual Haruhi. That's what I said.
Oh.
Because it was 200. I'm like, I'll come back to it. 500.
I think, what was it? I need Commodus for Gurren still. I don't play Gurren, but I own like most of it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just pick up the Commodus once the hype dies down. It's like they don't exist anymore.
Yep.
You're like, oh, okay.
And there it is. I've never watched that or seen it, played it, whatever. Like, I don't know. I just see it at anime conventions all the time.
Oh, good show. Old hype.
Yeah, anime. I just see people dressed up the dude with the glasses. The rockstar glasses.
Kamina, he's hype.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people. I've never cosplayed before. I have nothing against it. I just don't know if I could walk around with no shirt.
Oh, I'm too fat at the moment, but yeah, I know what you mean.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I respect those people that walk around with not fully clothed. Because, especially the ones where, the girls that always get guys or whoever to take pictures with them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't do that. Nope, couldn't do that at all. My first picture was with a RWBY cosplayer, though. I do have that still.
Ooh, like physical?
Yeah, right there. It was nice. She had like the whole scythe. What did she have? Scythe gun. I don't know. I forget what she calls it. But I don't know. It was pretty cool. That was the RWBY year when I went to my first anime and saw Madoka. A lot happened that year. It was a good time.
My first convention. I was in high school. I went for like one day.
You skipped school?
No, it was on a weekend.
I
went for like one day.
You have fun? Was it good?
It was pretty good, and I started going to cons more often because of it.
Yeah. No, you made me laugh because I got best niece in the world out of school. She like skipped the Friday. We went to go to the anime convention. Like I forget what her mom signed it as, like, but I was able to take her to the anime convention. Like, I don't know if it was like a cultural reason or she said it. I have to ask her. But the funny part was she got hit on at the anime convention. She was only 16 at the time. I had my wife with me.
No.
I had my wife and my sister with me, and we were
Oh
playing
no.
board games, and this dude came up. I remember his name. He came up, and he was like, "Oh, let me play games with you." And then he tried to grab her hand, and he was like, "Let's go to the arcade." It was like 10 o'clock at night, and I'm like, "No, we gotta go. We gotta go." And my wife, who is her, like, this is my niece of my wife. So she said, "No, you can go have fun." And I'm like, "What are you doing?" I had to grab her back and be like, "No, we gotta go, man. We gotta go. Like,
Oh
we just
no.
have to go." And then we saw him the next year, and he like waved, and she made us leave the room so that this guy couldn't come up, and we had to hide in the convention from this guy.
Oh
It
no.
was bad. Like he kept, I don't know, he kept finding us. It's a smaller local convention. That's probably, I mean, it's
Well,
still in like a downtown area, giant convention, but it's not like 20,000 people. This thing was
as,
like
as
2,000.
somebody who went at the age of 18 as a guy with another guy, um, I didn't have those bad experiences.
I was like, come on, man, killing me. Doesn't want to go with you. Take the hit. But my wife was like, yeah, yeah, go, have fun. I'm like, dang it, I gotta dig her out of this one. No, it's good times, good times. Yeah, anime. I can't wait to do some. I haven't been to one in like 2 years since the one locally has been canceled the last 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, I want to do that. Quids.
I miss conventions as well.
Yeah, it's good times. I like. I've never. Wait, no. I don't like
I do.
going now unless I have a hotel that's like right there. Cause I've been to ones where I had to like walk or
I don't
drive
mind walking like a mile.
like 10, 15 minutes. Like I like the 10, 15 minutes isn't bad, but when it's like downtown and I remember we walked down
Like an
like
area.
a shady area and like God, I'm never doing this again.
Most
Um,
of the ones I go to are like in pretty okay spots. I did go to one in Texas. I drove down to Texas for reasons,
good
but
reason.
it was good reasons. It was
Okay.
it was it was Weiss cards making me a lot of money.
Oh shoot. Yeah, you
Uh,
got to do it.
yeah, it was enough that I was like, I guess I hand deliver these.
Yeah, that's worth it. I mean, because
uh,
especially nowadays, I know it wasn't now, but especially nowadays with how things are shipped, because you know what the most infuriating part about the post office is, or even FedEx and UPS, like you can buy signature confirmation during that whole COVID thing, and they'll just leave it at the door and say COVID reasons we didn't get it signed.
I live in a small town, so like I'm not like super bothered by like that, but I understand like how terrifying that has to be,
Yeah.
and it's why I'm scared to ship expensive cards.
Yep. And the
Uh,
worst part is they'll charge you for it still. Like I'm like, okay, so you won't do signature confirmation, but then why'd you let me buy it? Why'd you take my $3 or whatever it is if
right.
you're not even going to do it and you know
You
you're
get
not going
you
to?
get terror stories too. Like I know there's the somebody that we mentioned, but not by name. I think people know. Those who know. And he was like mail delivered to wrong address. And it was like a multiple $1,000 package or something. And you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, I can't handle that. And that's another reason why I don't want to ever sell things because I don't want to deal with that. Like you just I don't. I don't. Because it's one thing to sell your card, but then to have it like gone, not even to like somebody that was going to have it and enjoy it.
It's one thing to sell a card that's like $20 and lose. You're like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, like that's
But
okay.
when you're like, this card is like hundreds of dollars, you go, oh no.
That yeah,
Like,
no,
spooky.
I don't want that. And then even then, like the more paranoid people like me, if you were to do that and it ended up in someone else's hand and you're kind of local, things start running through, I would imagine, the other person's mind that if they have one of these, just one card, two cards that are worth that much, what do you have at your house? Like, because that,
Oh,
I mean, I came from the coin community, right? So that has happened before where people have found out where other people have lived and robbed them. So if this really expensive thing that you own ends up in the
well,
wrong hands and they realize how much it's worth, you can put two and two together. They know where you live. I mean, you could
well,
say that about anybody buying anything,
well,
but
that's why
still.
my house has security cameras and guns.
Yep, yep, you need
So,
it.
you can know what I have. That's fine. Just know that you probably won't get it.
Yeah, no, that's the same with me. Like, I don't like as for much as I like collecting things, they're not all here, and the stuff that I have here are definitely protected. Like, it's not one of those ones where I would encourage anybody to attempt to do it, because it's not going to end well for anybody. Like,
Right.
yeah, yeah. You never want to get to that point, but
Right.
and that's what I mean. Like, I rather be on the collector's side forever and never have to sell anything. That's that is my life goal. Pay off everything, have enough money where I keep all this fun stuff for me and nobody else, and then no one comes and kills me.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
that's the hard part.
Yeah. I want the cheeseburger to kill me. That's where I'm
Well,
going.
I always think it's funny because as somebody who collects cards and like anime merchandise, I always just expect that if somebody broke into my house, they would steal like my TV and my laptop, and I would just laugh. Like
That would be
I'd just be
yeah.
like, oh, that's
I There was this show. I don't know if you ever. It was on Discovery. It was called "It Takes a Thief," and it was such an amazing show. They have like people bootlegged it and put it on YouTube, but some guy that was a professional robber would actually rob your house and actually show people how to break in, what to look for, and like
I remember
where
that.
people hide stuff. It was one of those ones that police officers actually criticized because it showed new thieves on how to actually rob. Like he would actually, since he was a professional thief, they would tell these people this is how the show worked. They would tell you that we are going to, hey, by the way, you want to be on this show? We're gonna rob your house. We're gonna put cameras in there, and then afterwards, we'll hook you up with the security and everything. And these people sometimes were actually in the house as this guy robbed them. Like he actually broke into the house while they were in the house and actually took their stuff while they were
I
in there.
remember that show.
Yeah,
I
see, that's
watched
what
it.
I loved that show. I loved it so much. But that's when it started making me like, crap, I need to put stuff everywhere, or like just be more vigilant. I guess that was
More
such a good
vigilant, yeah.
show. I love that. I wish they had that, and I think that's why they don't put it on TV or have
Well,
replays of it.
do people watch TV? Oh, you might watch TV.
Yeah, I do. Well, not anymore. I don't really watch TV anymore. I don't have
I think
cable.
it's like dead. I don't think like people watch TV anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't have cable. Like I'm down to, and we share it between my family. Like I have Prime. My sister gets Crunchyroll and Hulu. I have Peacock too, and then my brother pays for Netflix. So between like the three of us, we share like five different ones, and that pretty much is good. That was the happiest day of no, no, I wouldn't say happiest day of my life, but one of the
Holy.
more joyful times in my life was disconnecting Comcast because they price raised us three times in 1 year, and I'm like, is that even how's that even right? Three
You
times in
want
a
the
year.
you want the hack with Comcast? I
But
don't know if it works everywhere, but within our local community, Comcast is $50 for the first year you sign up with them. You buy Comcast for $50. At the end of the year, you have to go back to Comcast, say I'm canceling my subscription, and then you immediately say, okay, I also want to sign up for Comcast.
what?
And because otherwise your bill goes to like $90 to $100, and if you do this, you reset back to 50.
I did
You
not know
because
that. That's kind of
they
nuts.
I've had to do it for like 7 years straight. I cancel my subscription every year, and then immediately resubscribe. Literally the same minute. If you have a modem that you rent from them, you have to return that as well, and then you ask for a new modem.
Yeah. That's kind of
It's
nice, though. I mean, do you get hit with like a modem fee?
no. Well, you get hit with the modem fee because
Yeah.
if you rent the
Yeah, you
modem,
get a
but
new one. But then it's like,
no.
well, at least you get a new one.
Well, no. There's no fee for the modems. It's you rent it monthly.
I thought you meant like for a new one they'll do you like a one-time charge deal. That's what I thought you
No,
meant.
we bought our own, but like, it's funny because you just go and yeah. So that's your hack if you have Comcast. That's how you save money. Is you cancel it once a year, and then you always get the new subscriber bonus.
No, I dropped them. They're gone. But no, that's a cool hack. Like
It's so annoying. You have to go there once a year.
yeah, it is, but it's cable. I think it's like one of those evils.
No
in
internet.
life. Yeah, it's like it's just you just have to deal with the pain of going through that. I have to change my garbage service though. Sucks. Like I've had
What?
these people for as long as I've lived here. No, because like
That-
I feel bad. They don't have. This company's been bought out like 3 times, and there's not enough workers. They don't have enough workers. Like I don't know what the deal is with this area, but there's like 3 different garbage companies. Like I'm not even joking. Like where I used to live, there was only one. There's 3 competing in the same area, and like Monday was my every 2 weeks we have trash and recycling. Every week is trash, but then every other week is recycling too. There's not enough workers that they can actually get both. So my recycling's been sitting out here since Monday, and today is Wednesday, and they still haven't come back and picked it up. Like my wife called every day, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll come get it." Like the entire street has it out, and they're like, they haven't come out. The people with the service, I'm like, I gotta switch. That's how bad things are out there. I don't even have garbage men.
Man, that's spooky.
Yeah, like
Oh.
we need people. My people are like hiring. Like my McDonald's is paying $250 to sign up with them.
Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy right now.
Yeah. Anyways, cable. We went from cable to trash to. We were at Weiss at some point.
We were at Weiss. We've been at Neopets. We've been all over. Shipping problems.
Shipping world.
Beckett putting paid shills in the Weiss community to pump the SP price, the slab prices specifically.
I know. I've had people that watched like my 2.5 hour videos, even like 3 hour videos. We're on 3.5 hours. So if anybody's still, I know there are people that will listen or take it in parts, but don't forget to subscribe to Burn One, hang out. They're cool people, and that's what I've always said, right? Like, I get you in the door, you play some child decks, do collector-ish things, but if you want to learn how to play, check it out. Go Burn One, go Pittsburgh, Strictly Broken. There's a lot of good people out there. I really want to just say everybody go out there and just like hit the subscribe button on everybody. I think that would just be cool.
Just go type Weiss into YouTube and just subscribe to every
Yeah,
channel.
Doggo Card Reviews. I've done that before. I told people to like go out there. I did. I don't know if you saw that one. I was like,
I didn't.
no, because this was nuts to me. Because remember, this is me like trying to just community and help grow. So the one video, I'll explain why I did that, was Doggo Card Reviews made Weiss videos about sets, or they still do. But the one thing they didn't do all this time was they didn't write Weiss in their actual videos. Like it wasn't there. Like you couldn't find them.
Oh, okay.
So they got like 20 views because I know they put it on Facebook. But people like, you're not looking for. People aren't just typing in Magia Record Blue, or I forget how they write it, but people aren't looking for that. They'll never find it. So I was like,
right.
I wrote them like, you gotta put Weiss on there. And then he missed my comment for like 2 weeks. That was like right before I took my channel down the first time. And then when I came back, one of the videos that I made, I was like, can you all just go out there and tell them to write Weiss Schwarz in their video? And they did. And then they got a few people from mine to subscribe to them, and it made them happy, right? So that's what I mean. It's one of those ones where, people are doing this content. You're not going to get rich out of it, but, in the end, they love it. Like, you make videos, I make videos, we all do it because we like this game. For whatever reason, we like it. Right. It's just like, everybody just go out there and subscribe to each other, have fun, whatever. You might not like the video, then just don't watch it. It's all good.
Also, shout out, talking about Weiss content creators. Don't forget to subscribe to Clock Draw Brainstorm TV.
What?
My boy Timmy Toosle's out there making content. He's trying so hard.
When was this? What am I missing?
Huh?
You're not joking here, right?
Clock Draw Brainstorm TV.
Clock Draw. Is that all one? Wait, clock.
I think it's like separate words.
Maybe Brainstorm is one. Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Dude, when was this? Oh, like two. Wait, no. Oh wait, what?
I gotta shout out to my boys.
Yo, what's up?
I don't wanna. I'm not gonna play that. Does this come up? No, because this one was from like two. I zoned out of Weiss Schwarz for a bit there, so maybe I didn't see. Because there was one 2 weeks ago. It says nuance of the deck building life cycle, but I wonder if that comes up. Well, here you go. Clock Draw Brainstorm. I thought you were just joking, like you were just throwing a bunch of random words together. I don't mean it that way. I'm glad that something's out there. I thought brainstorm would be one word though.
I've given some of my local friends some pretty good ideas.
There we are. You did. Here's Weiss Fight. So he needs to put more up. I see it 7 months, 7 months, 5 months, 3 months, 1 month, 2 weeks.
But I do encourage, other people to make content as well. If we can get somebody out there that can make meme content, I think this game could explode. I've got a couple ideas, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to consistently do it.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Are you a dreamer? Like as in I'm one of those people that I can imagine it in my mind, and I'm like, I can't do it. It's not a reality. I need someone else to make that happen.
I've got a couple ideas that I know I can do. I definitely just need to get a camera and sit down and do it. It's the procrastination, but it's hard. It's hard because you got to make that content. You need 10, 20-second content that's just funny. And it's how do you do that a lot?
I don't know. That's a good one.
I've got an idea. Just watch out for Burn One. You might see it eventually soonish.
All right, let me hit backspace. So go back. Burn One. I will be looking out for that. I'm not signed in, just in case anybody is wondering why it doesn't say subscribed. I'm not signed. I never sign in on my videos. I don't want you to see that I've been watching how to drink videos and.
Understandable.
Yeah. We gotta keep that on the down low. So I don't know. It's not good to just show your history on the side.
Yeah, always record in incognito mode.
Yeah, you always got to. That's what it's for. They made it. If they didn't make it just for no reason. There's a reason why they made incognito mode. So Zombieland Saga is the one you just did 2 days. Yeah, I haven't kept up with in the past week, but
don't worry. I don't expect anyone to watch our content. I'm gonna be honest.
No, I do. I watch as much as I can from everybody because it's again, it's nice for me, I firmly believe in watching everybody's different perspective. I honestly will tell you, I don't even like watching box openings all that much. But I still do because I hope that there's some kind of funny story or something in there that's really, really good. And
yeah, I mean, I guess when you it's always good. I think what you're saying is good. I think it is good for people if you are interested in Weiss Schwarz and you come here because this is the investment channel, the evil investor channel. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Feel free.
This is the collector channel. Like you provide content that probably not everyone is not like as many. Like you probably have like more casual players and like there's definitely some franchise players I know that do enjoy your content because of what it is. I will once again say, go watch Weiss content.
Yeah.
Even if it's not the best, go out there and watch it, because it does help you. Like it does help you. It's like as you watch it, you start to learn, and then you get to start learning for yourself.
Agreed. I actually had like this whole Weiss thing that I was gonna use on my current situation. Do you want to hear it? I had it in my head. I never wrote it down or anything.
Okay, let's hear it.
It was kind of like every time like something bad would happen to me, like with Weiss, it was kind of like I was being attacked 3 times and I canceled 2 of them, but I always took 1 damage. Like always 1 got through, and then I made it to level 3. Not because I wanted to, but just that's where I've been feeling lately, right? I made it to level 3, and every time I would take that 1 hit, it would always go through. I'd take 1 damage, but then you all supporting me, I would throw down that 3-2 on play heal, and I would keep surviving. So that's how I've been feeling lately. That I appreciate like as bad as has been, that like everybody was to support me, keeping me alive. So I'm not like near death. So I don't have to sound bad, but that's kind of like how it was. Like it's just nice to know that because again, I've never talked personally to anyone from Burn 1, yourself, never Pittsburgh. Like I've never gotten on the phone outside of Audrey and and the reseller guy,
right?
Like to talk about Weiss. So it's really cool to actually see that as bad as it got, that there is people out there that actually are supporting, and that's a cool community, and that's what I mean. I'm like, that's the game I wanted people to see and enjoy, not like deal with all this other stuff that was happening. So there you go. That's as good as I can get for you. There's my Weiss like analogy, metaphor, whatever. Metaphor.
Powerful,
wasn't it?
Powerful.
Did you like that? I didn't put a lot of thought into it, but that's where it was. I kept canceling. I had the Kaguya 9 climax trial deck on my side. I got that one extra climax kept me alive.
Could not take damage. Literally cheating.
I was cheating. Someone from Bushy Road slipped in just for me an extra climax card. And so that's what happened there. Yeah. That was good. It's been an interesting road. But that's what I mean. I'm like, if you take this year as a whole with everything that happened, like prices, people coming in, YouTube, Twitch, like even the growth here, right? Like it's, and I'm not talking about me, even just me, like just the YouTube channels in general, plus side, it's going up. So there we are.
Yeah.
It's good times ahead, right?
Hopefully, once we can start getting physical events back up.
I hope so. That'll be cool.
That would be massive.
You know that, I don't know if you saw that the thing I did with that drink at that diner.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't figure out how to make, because I always dreamt of not dreamt, and it's not always, it's only within the past like month, of like a tournament. A tournament where I wanted to say like something about shuffle, that I wanted the STFU. You know how like you all were saying about bro? I was like, how can I make STFU into like a tournament name? And I was like, shuffle. So that's why I wrote that title that way. I was like, shuffle the F up. But then I'm like, well, where's the deck and all this coming in? I don't know how to slip a D in there and all that stuff. That's weird. It's like, as I said that sounded awful, but
powerful.
Yeah, see that? I just want people to play the dang game, and if I could shove that in, because would you like that over bro?
Bro, Bro is funny.
I love Bro. I gave
I
my
think
explanation on it. And
this game is, I don't know. This game is weird. Hopefully and I've noticed like we've been getting more players. The only thing we can do is, have a presence, play the game in public. That's a big thing. You got a card store, go to it, support it.
Yep.
Sit down. Sometimes buy product. You don't have to buy a lot. Maybe like a pack every time you show up. It's like $4. Just like slowly support the store. All good things to do. And maybe we can get Weiss going somewhere. Maybe one day we can break the top 10.
One day.
Get on that TCG player drop down list. That'd be hype.
That would be cool. I wonder if that'll happen. I mean, my town, not happening. That's what I mean. My town is
so hard.
Magic the Gathering, Pokemon. They even have Card Fight Vanguard. No Weiss. No Weiss. That's why I'm driving 2.5 miles. Not 2.5 hours to get my quints. That's how that's
it was consistently showing up, meeting people in college, then eventually those people bringing more people in, and suddenly, and then Magic dying paper-wise. That's also a big thing. So now Weiss is the biggest thing almost in my town.
Really? Holy crap.
It's one of the biggest things. Well, the Yu-Gi-Oh people disappeared. Magic is on like life support, from my understanding.
Huh.
Well, I hear that like nobody plays outside of Commander. Like I hear like the game's like dying.
Oh yeah. No one wants to play Standard. I played Magic Arena. That is the worst. Like I like playing it online, but you play the same like horrible decks over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, like if I'm playing online, I just play Shadowverse.
I just can't do it. Shadowverse. I've seen it. I haven't played it. I haven't tried it.
Let me open up my Steam real quick. 2,313 hours.
Holy crap!
That's my side.
That
game.
is some serious time.
I played it since like the second set, so I played it for like 5 years now.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's actually where I saw. Not you, but where was it? I watched a Hololive person play it. So
they had because they had the
Hololive.
They had a stream with the Phoenix girl.
Kiara and Mori.
Yeah, Mori, and then they had Giguk, and then they had one of the voice actors, because I watched that stream too.
Yeah. The only thing I like Kiara, sometimes Mori, like when she was playing it, you could tell she was like serious mode into it. And Kiara is trying to be funny or lighthearted. And it was like one serious person versus like someone
I'm not super into the VTubers, but like the Phoenix girl, the Kiara.
Kiara.
Did I say that right? Kiara?
Yep.
Yeah, she was pretty funny. I liked her.
Yeah, she was trying to, but the Mori was really trying to win.
Well, the thing is, Kiara was playing well too. She was
she was teaching her. She was being taught, and she was doing well. I think she was being taught. I don't know. I forget which way
she prepared at least. She was playing the deck pretty well.
Yeah, she came to play, but she was trying to enjoy it. But no, Hololive. If that English comes, it's over. It's over.
Oh, English? Are you talking about like English exclusive?
If English
exclusive,
Hololive
Guardura.
comes, it's gonna be nuts. Beyond nuts. It's coming one day. Like it has to. There's no way they wouldn't.
Simultaneous release in Japan.
Oh my god.
Like
yeah.
Revengers.
If there's gonna be a I mean, you're gonna do it for Tokyo Revengers. You would obviously should do it for Hololive English. No doubt. Man, I don't know. I can't watch everybody become a VTuber. It's hard.
I can't. I'm not into it. I'm too boomer for this.
Like I'm good for a couple, but like when and again, like people do it for certain reasons. I'm good with whatever, but maybe you're more comfortable that way. But I can't just watch everybody turn into a VTuber. Like I need to see a human somewhere, because I'm work from home forever now. So
oh no.
Wait,
is that good? That's probably good. I remember work from home. I was sleeping on my couch a lot.
No, I mean it's not. It's well, my wife's on the second floor. I'm in the basement because we don't want our calls to intermix. Like people hear something that they shouldn't. So I'm in a basement for presumably however long I'm working at this place. So
Oh
you know,
no.
like if I'm here forever, like somehow my life plans don't
Trapped
work
in the
out.
underground, only
Yeah,
the anime character on the screen talking.
next 20. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, if you're gonna tell me that I'm in a dark basement, I mean, there's light. There's obviously indoor lighting, but there's no real light coming from the outside. So just imagine like dark basement lighting and me with a laptop for the
Sound like a
next
real anime
25
fan.
years. Yeah, and like I don't know if I want to just watch VTubers all day. Again, nothing against them, but I need to see a human because it's not cutting it if I'm just gonna be in a basement for the next 25 years. That it's just gonna be animated people with
Well,
me.
hopefully you get a like office that's like not in the basement.
Yeah, they were just like, COVID. You all want to stay home? They like before COVID, it was like, yeah, we can't do this work at home thing. And now it's like, oh yeah, sweet. You all want to be home? Great. We can sell the building and everything. I'm like, okay, well I guess
Jesus.
yeah, that's what they made the conclusion that all right, you don't need the building. We're selling it. You all work from home. That's my prospects. I am going to be work from home forever in this current job. There we are. There's no way out because remember I told you, my office is in Chicago, like the main office. So it's not like they're selling the main office. They're just selling all the satellite offices. So no, I will be home forever.
Mm,
Yeah,
pretty rough.
it is.
Well, that's why you said your goal.
Oh yeah, that I mean, I'm saving a lot on gas. I drove since July like 500 miles.
Man, I'm on this Weiss grind. I have to drive an hour to go to like two
Dude.
locals a week, and it's awful. Like it's an hour each way, so I'm doing like 4 hours of driving just for Weiss. Like it's the only driving I really do.
And how much does gas cost out there, wherever you are?
350. Thank you,
Ah,
current administration. Uh,
dang.
it was but I have an electric car that's like well, it's not electric. It's like half electric. I have
Oh,
a
half.
Volt.
Oh, does yours shut off? Like when you stop? Do you?
It can, but no. It's like I have a car battery. I have like a battery like an electric car,
Oh, okay.
but then I also have a gas tank,
Yeah.
and it can swap between the two, so I can get like a little bit of it for free.
Oh, okay. That's not
Like,
bad. I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to my gas powered car for as long as possible. I remember when I bought my car, I'm like, this is no joke. Like, I went to the dealership and I'm like, can I have the car with the least amount of computer components in it? And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I was like, you heard me. I want a
I
car.
want the Model T.
Yeah, I don't want all this fancy stuff in it. Like, and it's not because I couldn't afford it. It's because I knew, like, with all this, like technology breaking down and stuff in your car, it's gonna be a lot to fix. I was like, give me,
Yeah, it
yeah.
is.
The dude looked at me crazy when I said, can you not have the daytime running lights? And he's like, it's an included feature. And I'm like, I don't want the feature. I was like, I don't want it. I don't want my lights to turn on by itself. I know how to turn my lights on. Like, I just
Right.
don't want to always on. He's like, you can't. He's like, but then he whispered to me. He was like, if you really want to, you just pull the fuse. It's in the manual. I'm like, okay. He's like, they tell you how to replace the fuse. That means you can just pull the fuse too. I'm like, oh, great. No. Yeah, I just, no. Technology's nuts. Like with
I
everything
understand.
happening. I don't want it.
I too long for a simpler time.
But you don't have to tell me this though. But I remember you said you have security and stuff. Do you control that on your cell phone, or is it just like a? No, you don't have to say it. Don't say it. Well, I get nervous with that crap. Like I could tell you, mine's not being like, because do you remember? I think it was Philips or GE or somebody. They had like a smart light bulb. Did you know that like people are getting hacked through their light bulb?
It's powerful.
Yeah, because like there's not security on the light bulb, but since it was controlled through an
Yeah,
app,
through a
yeah,
network.
like
Yeah.
that people. I'm like, I'm not gonna be hacked by a light bulb or something, my security goes down because of a
That
light
yeah,
bulb.
it's so dystopian, right? You're like, what is this? Like I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I too reject technology somewhat.
Yeah, no, I mean there's some good things about it, but
But the Volt's a pretty nice car.
oh, you got the Volt. Like,
Yeah, the Volt. It's like it's half. Like I said, it's got a 50-mile battery. It's got a 9-gallon gas tank.
9
If
gallon.
nine, it's like it gets like Prius mileage. You get like 45 miles a gallon. So,
I feel like I'd just be nervous having like a. Mine is what 16. Mine's a nice sedan.
but what do you get mileage wise?
32.
I get 45.
Jeez.
So it's not like that 9-gallon gas tank is like short. It's like a 350-mile tank almost.
Yeah.
So
I like
you
knowing
don't
that.
feel bad.
Yeah. I just I don't know. I've been caught in snowstorms where I'm sitting there for hours. Oh, I mean, I have so many college stories. I just told my wife about that. Like, I definitely would have died multiple times at this point in my life for all the stupid things that I've done. If there is such thing as 9 lives, I definitely used a couple, like on stupid stuff that I was doing. Just,
But you're not dead, so that's high. That's good.
yeah, no. I taught my niece how to drive. Do you ever teach anybody how to drive?
No, I remember I was really dumb when I drove, so I imagine it's horrifying.
It is horrifying. She like she went over a hill, like greatest niece in the world. Like I took her down the country roads, and she's like, "Why are you doing this?" I'm like, "Well, this is the fastest way to learn how to drive, going on country roads, because you got to know how to brake and all this other stuff. So let's go." And then there's hills, and she took a hill that she couldn't see over, and she actually sped up. I'm like, "What are you doing? You're speeding." She's like, "I can't see." And she sped up. I'm like, "That's not what you do." And then we went over the hill, and she went a little too fast, and my wheel came down hard, and she broke like a bearing on my right wheel, and I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." And then I took her on a road trip because I'm like, "All right, well, you went on a country road, great." So then we took a week off, and me and her and my wife went on a road trip, like to a bunch of different states. I'm like, "You're just gonna drive this whole time. That's how we're gonna do it." It is scary at times because she'll like slam on the brake when like when you're a new driver, people handle yellows different ways, and she just slammed it. And then yeah,
there's
like
also you're like, how hard am I supposed to brake? And you're like, yo, you're not braking enough. You gotta slam it harder. And they're like, oh no, you went too hard.
I went to the dealership because I got a dealership. I got the warranty. Like I went to the dealership before that trip to just get my oil changed on that. They rated my brakes at like a 5. They give you like the rating out of like what 10, 8, whatever it is. 5. I came back after that trip, no joke, and it was a 2. They're like, "You need to replace your brakes." I'm like, "What the hell? What the hell? What did she do to my brakes on that trip?" I mean, it was a whole week, and she was driving the majority of the day, so she really messed my car up. But there you go. Yeah, that's near-death experiences. Those weren't the death experiences, but teaching someone to drive definitely is. I taught 3 people to drive. It doesn't get any easier. But you should try that out. You should find somebody and teach them to drive.
Oh no, that sounds terrifying.
No,
Well, who knows? Maybe one day.
Yeah, one day you should do it. You got the Volt. You got enough in there that has nothing to do with teaching someone to drive, but I feel like it's something you should do. I think you enjoy it. Just 4 people. I'm trying to get a 4th one. There's some other girl that doesn't want to drive. I know younger people don't want to drive anymore.
I did not know that. That has to be like a big city thing.
No, this girl is just like where I live is in the country. She just doesn't want to. I'm like, at the very least, get your permit. Because if you get your license, you have to be added to your parents' insurance. But there's nothing that says that you can't get a permit and you could just learn to drive. Because I was like, one day, what if something crazy happens and you need to drive that car? Like, you don't know how to drive that car because no one ever taught you. I'm like, you might not have to drive. You might not want to get a license, but at least learn how to actually drive a car in case one day you have to use it. Again, it might be
feature's not the one
illegally if you had to
Elon
do
wants.
it. Yeah, but like you might want to know how to drive it instead of like playing a video game and hopping into the car if something bad happens.
Yeah, I think that is a life skill. I actually am a little baffled that anyone wouldn't know.
Oh no, there's a lot of younger kids that like don't want to because it was the whole Uber thing that they're like, I don't need this, or I could take public transportation. There's the or now it's I can work from home forever, kind of deal.
Hmm.
Anyways, getting back to you, yeah. So you drive an hour and an hour back, and you got a efficient car, which is pretty awesome because gas is expensive.
Gas is expensive right now, and guess that's how it is right now. Guess
See,
that's how
and
it be.
budget wise, that means going full circle here. You're not going to be able to buy as many Weiss Schwarz products because the gas is expensive and the rent is
Yeah.
too damn high. Do you remember that guy?
The man who I bought his album, yes.
The rent is too damn high, guy.
Did you know about his iTunes album?
No, he had an album.
Oh, he had an album. I don't know if man, it's probably not on this computer. It's definitely
Jimmy
not on this
McMillan.
computer. Yeah, I'd have to dig for it, but he had some absolute bangers.
I think it's. I mean, yeah. I mean, you gotta. If you're gonna be popular, you might as well cash in. I think that's a awesome thing. And he got them black gloves.
Yeah, he had like an iTunes album that was just like it was unbelievable. It was like actually just unbelievable. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't even know how to find it. I would have to dig through my hard drives.
Dang, look at this. Rent too damn. I don't even know which one's real. Like which one is if he even has a channel or whatnot. But
You don't want to get the copyright.
yeah, no,
Sure.
not for this long.
There's something for you later. You can enjoy that.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh yeah, look at that dude.
man, that's old. That's like 2012, dude.
I never forget that guy. There's just moments in my life I'll never forget. That is one of the moments. It was good. I enjoyed. He had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with him. But it's true. The rent is really high. It's too damn high.
And well, I can't advocate for this, but that's why I bought a house.
Yeah, nah.
Because by the gods, renting is expensive.
It's too damn high.
But granted, depending on where you live, that is probably not an option. So
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I mean, not everybody wants to own a home. Some people do want to rent forever, but it's nuts when I hear people say like they're renting for 1,100, and I get it. Like my mortgage doesn't include like taxes and all this other stuff, but still, like you just hear the base number and it's higher than what I pay in mortgage, which is insane.
yeah, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah, I mean, because you have the upkeep and all that. That's what I mean. There's more to it, but
There is more to it. It definitely does depend on the situation and like how long you want to be there. Some people live in these cities where a house is like $1 million.
see, that's what I always said. Like, if that was me, like I remember hearing the $3 million condo in New York or apartment in New York, and I'm like, you guys are insane. You know what I'd do if I had that cash out? You never hear from me ever again. You never hear my name ever again. Like I would just be gone. I'd be living in the country somewhere, like not having to deal with anything. The stress of daily work life. 3 million,
Yeah.
I'm gone. Goodbye. Oh.
Well, yeah, this was a long one.
It was. It's 4
It's
hours.
pretty late.
That's a
It's
good
pretty late.
good time to say goodbye. So let me go backwards again and just bring up your YouTube. Burn One. Check them out. Subscribe. I also let's see. Where's shoot, I dropped my ruler. Oh shoot,
What's
Pittsburgh.
up, guys? Pittsburgh.
This is
White.
my personal goal to mention Pittsburgh like every other video that I do because they're at 966. How much do you believe? No, I mean, I remember Carmen saying, I said it before, that Carmen said he wouldn't monetize this. I don't know if you guys monetize, but it's like, I said I would because I think it's like when YouTube changed their thing on, they're going to put ads on videos no matter what, whether you're monetized or not. I'm like, you might as well just get it. I know
You
it's
might
not
as
even
well.
that much money, but they're going to cash in on you. You might as well cash in.
Take your
Yeah,
$5 you make off of voice
yeah, and
content.
take it out of you. You Google. Wait, who? Google owns YouTube. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's Google. No, because I know like Amazon's buying up whatever, Twitch, and all, like I know they already bought them, but everybody's buying up everything. But yeah, no, you might as well get Pittsburgh to 1,000, almost there, 34 away, and then we have Burn One over here, 1,500.
We don't make content.
1.56K. It don't matter. Like, you make content. I like it. I enjoy it. I honestly do enjoy like everybody's different content for all the different aspects they bring. We all got different ways of looking at things. Like, when should you torch, or should
Oh,
you
no.
mill or not to mill? That is
Oh,
the
no.
question. Just, you did actually write that.
Shadowverse booster box openings. There we go.
Yeah. We got. I don't know how to say this. I know people said this. Wheatcross.
Yeah, I think that's right. We
Yeah,
cross.
Wheatcross. Was there really only 2 cards in like a pack, or whatever amount of cards in there?
Well, I don't know. That was Kit.
Yeah, I know. Look, because I was watching that and I'm like, oh, you didn't watch it? I was
No,
like,
there's like 5 of us.
Yeah.
I think we just take turns uploading stuff.
Because I was watching it and I'm like, it doesn't look like there's very many cards in this pack. Like, I don't know. I don't have any of those cards or access to buy it unless I buy it on the internet. And I didn't really look at this game all that much. But it looked like there was just like 2 cards or something in there. 2, 3, I don't know. Anyways, Burn One. Check him out. Thanks again for being here, Dean. I appreciate the 4-hour slog.
It was fun being on. It's stuff that I probably could. I don't think Kit cares what I do on the channel, but like I would never really go off on these tangents on the channel, which is why I said I would agree to come onto this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about tangents at all. I mean, I find it funny when I have a long video because then I could say whatever I want at any point because no one's listening at that point. People do listen. Like I could see it from the stats, but people do listen, so I feel bad. But they're the ones who chose to listen to me. And today, they chose to listen to you too. Today will be actually tomorrow, because there's no way I'm uploading this 4-hour video tonight. Not happening.
What a long one.
Yeah, any last words you want to say? You want to shout out anybody? I know we kind of did, but
I did
you
the
can do
shout
that.
out in the middle. You know, if they want to know the shout out, they got to go back in time.
What? I don't timestamp this. You just got to do it again. Do it
Yeah.
one last time.
No, they have to go back. They're going to have to go back like 30 minutes to hear the shout out. I refuse to shout out a second time. I already said it
Alright.
once. I won't say it again.
You did it once. All right. Well, that is it. Like, there's no more shout outs. You have to go back 30 minutes. Burn One. Check them out. They're a lot of fun, cool guys, and I really appreciate again all the support from everybody and Burn One and everybody else. So have a wonderful day whenever people listen to this. See ya.